All right. Good morning, everyone. Happy DTR Wednesday. It is September 1st. Where has the summer gone, right? So let's get after it here this morning. First 15 minutes or so is going to be everything I'm looking for today, all the top setups, what looks interesting. And so we'll go over that and then, post that time frame. Finishing up my breakfast and doing those sort of things, but stream will stay active for the entire day now until about 4 p.m. Eastern. So hope you guys can join me as I trade sort of these setups live. So we're gonna start with the SPY here, right? Still kind of those taper fears, right? We're talking about how they kind of melted away, they disappeared on Friday with Powell's press conference. Now we got a decent follow-up day there on Monday, right? A little bit of a fake out. Right, Tuesday, really nice inside bar consolidation on increasing volume. Now gapping up and over, right, sort of this area of resistance pre-market. So let's see if this thing can kind of hold right and keep going. We were looking to see if this thing could break out above that 453.10 zone, give or take. And we're above that now today, right? So let's see how this thing holds. What you'd like to see is a high volume, right, full body candle. Right, bullish candle on 5 minute, 15, 30 minute time frame to start the day, and then that kind of gives you your trigger or that setup, right, for that bullish continuation. Once you get that, then you start looking for entries and seeing if you can kind of time a play up. But I expect resistance here kind of every dollar. You're going to get stuck 454, right, 455, 456 at all-time highs. If we get a big day from tech, then maybe it could start moving a little bit faster. But we'll have to see how that comes together. VIX still hanging out in that sub 20 handle as well, which generally means that we're not going to get that follow through in the afternoon. 1 second here. So that's kind of the game plan for the SPY, right? Let's see what comes together. Off the opening bell, maybe this won't be priority number one. There might be a few other names that might be more interesting, but we'll go over that here a little bit later. Right, similar story for QQQ, right? Really nice consolidation, breakout, right? Inside bar, now gapping up and over, right? New all-time highs. Still want to see this thing hold, and again, same thing. We're thinking we're going to find resistance kind of every dollar or so. 383 to 385, right? Maybe we'll get a little bit of momentum. That would be kind of expecting a kind of larger move today. Going to need this thing to be backed up with volume, like always. But I love the increasing volume on this inside bar consolidation, right? Kind of makes me think that this has a bit of a chance for a pop, right? So we'll see how this thing comes together. Definitely a lot of potential there, but same thing like the SPY. Because it has gapped up over, right? Maybe we can find a nicer trigger, right, today. And like, right, I think something like this Apple might be that nicer play, right? Really similar setup where breakout inside bar, right? Breakout ascending wedge, breakout inside bar on really good strong volume. So now as you can get that breakout up and over, say that 153.60, I think Apple can really start to move. So if the indexes are strong and Apple breaks out, right, that gives you a good feeling, right, or a good chance of kind of getting that nice follow through. So I think there's a lot of potential with this Apple play. Right, and we can maybe see that 155 plus area today if that volume is strong. Right, Tesla's another one of those. For whatever reason, it's kind of starting to like head fake its way there. Right, like not a very strong day on Tuesday. It's not sure why, but let's see here. Anyway. So not a huge day there on Tuesday, right? It's kind of starting to like fake out its way there, right? So I'd like to see us kind of break and hold this 740 area with some conviction. It's not really been able to do that yet. I don't really understand. I don't really understand why it's kind of struggling so much, right? On a like kind of textbook level, right? We're getting that really nice increasing volume, right? But we just can't get it to hold. So I think for now, right, these wicks that we're seeing, these top heavy rejections, right? You're seeing some more even here, right? Like these are, you're seeing a lot of selling pressure, right? So For whatever reason, this Tesla's getting kind of stuck in molasses. And so let's see kind of like if this thing can kind of give us a cleaner move right before we're interested in chasing this up. Okay, Microsoft, right? It's been consolidating at this 300 area for a while now, right? Really nice hammer reversal. Yesterday, though, kind of mixed signals, right? Like on one end, we're getting like a really textbook consolidation. Again, for some reason, my charts aren't updating. There we go. So it's good consolidation here at this 300, right? A high volume reversal candle here, which is going to be this hammer. I'll mark it here for a sec, right? So really nice reversal off of this hammer, right? Good kind of continuation day, and then can't really get a breakout up and over, right? Looks like we opened up just a little bit above the high, but couldn't hold that all day long, and then kind of sold off. You know, today we're kind of gapping up a little bit, still holding that 300 zone. This big volume day, right? It kind of starts contradicting this breakout today. So if it does break out, I think this isn't telling us that same story, right? The volume and the candle, right? Huge volume, the biggest volume, you know, in 8 days, right? So huge volume, but you know, this candle body is not really telling us that. So we get a reversal, big selling volume. I think this requires a little bit of patience, right? If it breaks out, I'm happy to take a stab, but it's going to be at half size by default, just because in this run up, right, we have something that isn't telling us that consistent narrative. So we got a few other things that look interesting, right? This mRNA, it's been kind of holding this shelf pretty well. Let's see if we can kind of break down under this 360 zone to give us a move towards that 347 area. I think there's a lot of potential if we can get that clean breakdown there. To the upside, right, it's got a little bit of work to do, I think. We need to kind of get out of this consolidation chop, right? So we're going to call it, you know, give or take this area, right, that 410, right, 410 zone, give or take. We need to see kind of how we clear there, and then we can kind of start playing this thing back up. You know, if mRNA really wants to be a lot of fun, maybe we can play this like 390 breakout towards that 400. But we'll have to see what the volume is like on this thing today, right? So if we do get that bullish reversal, certainly could be something there. I saw something this morning about mRNA news-wise, right, where there was a bunch of new deaths that were being linked to the vaccine, and allegedly that's been disproven. So I think that's what people are saying this pre-market pop is for. I'm not here to talk about politics or science. It's all your own personal choice, right? We're going to dictate what price is telling us. So if it becomes a positive news catalyst, right, or if that becomes a positive price catalyst for this mRNA, then maybe that could be the opportunity for those bullish breakouts. Right, Roku's next here. We've been talking about this one a little bit, and we'd like to see it kind of break down under this shelf, right? So we've had this really nice consolidation period at this at this 350 area essentially, right? So I'd like to see us kind of be able to break down under or sort of break out of this zone, you know, to kind of give us back towards that 370 plus area. For now, my bias is still to the downside because really, like, I'm just getting a lot of top heavy wicks, right? So top heavy wicks after the trend, you know, maybe we can even start to make the argument that this is starting to look a bit like a bear flag, right? So, you know, we don't want to fight the trend here. This is what the general trend is, right? So my bias is to the downside. If we're going to get this thing to break down, I'd rather play this continuation than, you know, right now look for that reversal. If we're going to play reversals, they're going to be above that 370 area, right? Once we found a clear area for a stop loss, right? For a long-term stop. So something like this Roku certainly looks pretty interesting if we can get under this 350 zone. Right, Goldman Sachs, really nice setup here. We waited for this the other day, got close but couldn't get there, right? So for now, maybe it looks a bit like a double top, but now we're getting a high volume hammer candle, right, or relatively high volume. So see if we can get that breakout up and over that 420 area, right? Maybe not ready yet, but really nice consolidation breakout, right? Looks like it's ready to kind of test again. This wedge pattern's acting as support, right? You're not seeing it break down past there. So let's see if bulls can really regain control and get us up over that 420.80, right, for a move towards that 425. Something like this GS, I love the way this thing can trade sometimes, right? Those big bank names, those investment banks that have big trading units, they make it nice to trade their product, right? If you're a trader on a Goldman Sachs desk, you're not letting your company stock do that bad, right? So let's see if this thing can break out and give us kind of that continuation follow through. Okay, snow, right? Looking for this inside bar breakout, right? Same thing on this ascending wedge, right? So we could have played these breakdowns kind of under this 290 zone. Not interested in that because we don't want to fight the trend, right? So ascending wedge breakout, really steep uptrend here sort of since the start of summer, right, or early May. So now if we can get that breakout up and over this 307 area, right, I think that 310 then 315 is in play. Really strong volume post earnings, right? So positive news catalyst, really nice increasing volume, right? This thing could be ready to go here today. Like I like the look of this a lot. So could be a lot of fun if it comes together. Okay, FedEx, right? This is one if market goes red. If we get this bear flag breakdown, I think this 263 area, right, 264 area, has that room down towards that 260. If we lose that 260 zone, then we've got room down towards that 250 in a possible swing play. But as a day trade, right, my target would be that 260 area. Okay, PayPal has a chance to fill this gap up here. Right, this gap from 289 to 295, it's probably a bit too big for us to have expected it to kind of go all at once. So let's see if PayPal can, kind of give us that pullback here now, right? We know that this looks like either a neutral bearish, right? Neutral is indecisive, and least bearish candle, right? So this looks like buyers can regain control pretty comfortably and pretty easily. Let's see if this thing can kind of break out up and over and give us a chance for that fill, right? 290, 280, right? Got a chance towards that 294, 295, 297, and then maybe we can even get towards that 300 zone. So BNTX, right? Another little bear flag setup like that FedEx, really similar looking plays. If the market is red, we have to take a stab at this under that 320 zone. Right, then we have a chance to hit that 300 maybe by end of day. Need the market to be cooperating here and probably something like that mRNA to be weak as well. Okay, Netflix, right, really nice 3 green soldiers pattern, right, highlighted here after this wedge breakout. So let's see if we can get that nice continuation breakout today. A little bit of a gap down right under that 570 area, but 570 we're expecting there to be a little bit of psych resistance. So we can get up and over that zone. I think Netflix can start to kind of fly a little bit and has that quite a bit of potential up towards that, say, 575, right, 576. Then it starts going 580, 590, 600, right? It can start moving really quick after that if it has a lot of momentum behind it. So let's see if this thing can come together. But I like the look of this Netflix so far pre-market. Right. MA, another one of those if the market goes red. So fantastic about today's action or today's setups. So you kind of have things that could go both ways, right? So that's a lot of fun. We're getting a trend line breakdown here, right? This was spotted by DTR member Henderson. So pretty awesome eye, right? Awesome eyes learning. And it's a really good looking setup if the market wants to go red. So let's see if we can get that breakdown under, say, that 344.50, right? Then you have room down towards that 340. Right, maybe that 336, right, 335, 330 zones would come next. But it starts to get a little bit challenging inside this area, right? So I wouldn't want to fight this too much. We got a lot of high volume, big buyers in there. So I would just not assume that they're going to give that up super easily. Right, IWM, been kind of stuck in this range here at highs. Like this feels so controlled, right? So it'd be interesting to see if this thing can break out. Yeah, we've made a little bit of highs above, right? Highs below inside this range. but like 95% of the action is here, right? So I'm kind of ignoring these upper wicks, right, and kind of ignoring these bottom ones just for now, right? I want to play the main levels. If we get breakouts up and over, right, then we can start looking for these kind of secondary, right, half targets if we get those breakouts. But inside, right, this is kind of where I see the majority of the action. So now we're looking for that breakout over, say, that 227 area, right? 227.70. I'm not sure I'm missing a number there, right? And that has a good chance to kind of give us that follow through. So, really big DTR bullish engulfing candle, right? Followed by a, breakout, but not a. This is like a fake out of a fake out, if that makes sense, right? Because our resistance target was these highs, right? So we're not getting over these highs. We're not testing over these highs. It's not really like faking out our setup. It's making a higher high and then selling off, but it's not like triggering out over our signal and invalidating it, right? So then Tuesday, you get that kind of like doji indecision. Now you're getting that gap up towards that 227.20 area. So if we get this breakout and get that follow through, right, we have a really good chance to hit that $28, right, $29.50, $230 area, right? Like these are pretty quick zones that can come, right, if we're willing to take a stab at this thing. So if the volume looks good in this run up, maybe there'll be a lot of fun. This is how I want to be exposed to small caps, right? I don't want to play these in other ways. I think this is the smart way of doing it. They're not going to halt IWM. You're not going to have to deal with those sort of things, and you're always going to have that option liquidity. So I think this could be a really interesting play today. Let's see if it can come together for us. Okay, Amazon, right? We have a good chance that gap fill might be opening up above it today, right? So at this point, we're probably just going to let this thing go and look for other setups. Okay, so Peloton, right? This is one if things go red here this morning. We lost this. It's been in this channel here for a while, right? So I'd like to see it kind of either get back in and show us a kind of high volume reversal, right? We can play this as a BB reversal, or we can play this as a channel reversal, right? There's a lot of ways you can look at it that way. Or we're looking for these breakdowns under, say, this 97.80. So all of this action here, right? All of this is hinging, right, on this kind of breakout here, right? This 97.80 breakout. That's where, we've seemed to have found that joy, right? So if we lose this shelf, then I think Peloton can start moving quite a bit quite quickly. Generally, I like the company. I think there's a lot of potential here, but price action wise, right, telling us that maybe the path of least resistance is to the downside if we can lose kind of this starting action. So let's see, right? Let's see what's possible. But certainly looks like there could be some further weakness in this play. I already talked about Apple, so not going to go over it again. Starting to go a little bit higher, so that ascending wedge breakout starting to look more and more like a possibility. Right, two more here, Palantir and AMC. Save the best for last, I guess, right? Palantir looks like a really nice wedge breakout if we can get over that 26.75 area, right? That's got room up towards that 27.50, and then maybe even that $29 range, right? And we're going to get outside of that, outside of this wedge. Palantir can be a bit wild, right, on occasion. I love this increasing volume, right? But what we are still seeing here, guys, is a lot of down wicks, right? So this kind of starts to remind me a little bit of this Tesla, right, where you're seeing a lot of rejections here, right? You're seeing a lot of sellers, in this zone, and that makes it hard to kind of get that follow through. So that's, maybe a little bit of my fear here with this Palantir, right, where you're getting a lot of these wicks. Just make it a little bit challenging to maybe expect that follow through. So I want to be careful about that. We'll see what this volume build up is like, but that could make it a smaller size play. So just gonna add that note in, and we'll go over that AMC. Okay, last but not least, right? Really nice three green soldiers here on this AMC, right? Soldier 1, Soldier 2, Soldier 3, increasing volume each day, right? Volume above average, so that looks great. Same story like that Palantir and Tesla, right? Where we're getting a little bit of some rejection here. So if we're able to get over that $50 area, big psych level, right? Above sort of all these rejection wicks, then I think we have a really good chance to get some nice follow through. Like people go crazy with this thing, so meme stocks, all this kind of stuff, right? We're sizing down here. If it's going to move a lot, it's going to move a lot, and we're going to get paid. If it's not, okay, fair play, so be it. It's the way it goes, right? So we don't need to go crazy size. If this thing halts or if this thing stops or whatever reason, I don't want to be stuck in calls, right? I don't want to be stuck in something that I can't get out of, and I want to make sure that size is never an issue here on something like this AMC. So nice three green soldiers pattern, right? Really tasty looking setup, really nice increasing volume. Long-term period of consolidation, might finally start be ready to go. Could make the argument that, hey, maybe this looks a bit like a cup and handle too, right? So there is some potential here, but I don't want to get carried away, right? There's your cup and handle. I don't want to get carried away chasing this thing because it's popular on Twitter and Reddit. So I think this looks like an interesting setup if we can get over that $50 area. So that's basically what I'm looking for this morning. I think it looks like it could be a pretty interesting and exciting DTR Wednesday, right? I am streaming all day long. So come join, right? Come trade with me. Let's have a great day. Let's absolutely crush it. And I'll see you guys here, right? If you have any chart requests, if anything you're interested in, pop it in the chat and we'll go over it and make sure that we're having a big day. So, guys, feel free to ask questions, right? First 15, 20 minutes of the video, there is a little pre-market recap of everything I'm looking for, everything I want to see today, right? Otherwise, ask questions, right? You got chart requests. If there's things you're looking at, fire them my way, and let's get after it, right? Let's have a big day. It looks like it could be pretty interesting. It could be pretty exciting. So let's take advantage of it today, right? Ask a lot of questions, chart requests. There's no such thing as a dumb question today. So just a few things here, right? To keep an eye on today, guys. Right, we've got a couple of inside bars in some of these indexes, right? QQQ, SPY, right? That can give us a little bit of a volume explosion here. Over say this last, I'd say all of summer, right? Give or take. When this VIX is opening up, kind of sub 20 and staying down there, we're not getting that follow through in the afternoon. So we're getting that one nice trigger here in the morning, right? Or a couple triggers here in the morning, right? And then we're getting those breakouts, but then no second play in the afternoon, right? No second leg up in the afternoon. So we're gonna make sure that we're very focused, right? Make sure that we're very disciplined. We're gonna wait for that right play, but we're not gonna assume that the market's gonna do anything else, right? Or anything new that it hasn't done today, or right, hasn't done recently, right? We're going to assume it's going to keep behaving the way it has, right, until proven otherwise. So, right, looks like we could have a nice strong volume setup, right? Looks like there's things that could trigger, but we're not going to get greedy chasing these too much, right? Something like this Apple, I think, is pretty much near the top of the watch list this morning. I love this pattern, right? I love the way this is holding up kind of pre-market. So this thing has a lot of potential if we can get that nice kind of continuation volume. So there's a few little things here that's setting up, right? AMC looks like it could be some fun, right? Palantir looks like it could be some fun. So there's definitely a little bit of joy here. I'm going to spend, approximately the next 10 or so minutes setting all my alerts, double checking all my setups, and making sure everything is kind of the way I want it to be. So if you guys have any chart requests, if anything you're looking at, anything you want to ask about my trading style, pop that in the chat, right? Ask as many questions as you can, and we can see kind of what's going on and how to learn, right? So the more questions you ask, the easier it is to learn, right? Easier it is to learn, the faster you are going to become a profitable trader. So let's have a really nice morning, right? Let's have a big day. I'm just going to be setting my alerts here for the next 10 minutes or so. guys, we got about 20 or so names here, right, that look like they could be pretty decent looking triggers, right? So that's plenty of action for us to look forward to today. Let alone, right, or, we're still going to have those core five names, right? We're still going to have that action there. So it looks like there could be a little bit of interest. For those of you who are DTR guests, right, thank you for joining me. Right, let's have a lot of fun today. Let's learn something new, right? If you guys could like and subscribe to the video, share it, right? Retweet my tweet if you guys saw it. It helps just get more people out to the video. And that always is good. We are doing a DTR live draw today, so prize for members. If you are interested in signing up before the draw, giving away a 1 year, 3-month, and monthly subscription to DTR to everyone who is a DTR member. Try to do giveaways once a month, so these are just part of the experience. Hey, good morning, Jeremy. How you doing? No worries. If you watch like the first 15 or so minutes of this video, should catch you up on everything. Otherwise, we'll do a quick little rundown kind of before market open here again. I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, thanks for asking. I actually feel pretty excited about today. I think there's a lot of really nice looking setups. So hopefully we can keep stacking up some green days, right? 2 for 2 so far this week. So let's keep stacking them up. So, all right, guys, let's kind of go over today's action, right? What we're looking for here very briefly. It looks like there are a few kind of nice setups today, right? So let's get after it here, right? Something like this SPY inside bar breakout. Want to see how this thing holds up, during this morning, first morning session, right? First 5 minutes, first 15 minutes. We want to see strong volume, strong candle, right? So strong candle looks like, something like this candle or this candle, right? These first two on the left. All right, so we're looking for one of those off the opening bell, right? If we get that, then we can start looking for entries, right? Otherwise, hard for us to kind of assume that that strength is going to continue, right? So we need evidence of it first, right? Same story on QQQ. We're going to look at this pretty much exactly the same way, right? So very similar setups, right? Kind of gapping up and over. So let's see how this thing holds up, right, in that first 5, 15, 30 minutes, right, if we get that high volume, full body candle. Okay, Apple, right? This is probably my favorite setup this morning. One of the core 5 names. So we know we're going to get really strong option volume here, right? We know that we're going to get really tight spreads. Everything's going to kind of behave the way we expect. So we're looking for that breakout kind of up and over that 153.60 on this ascending wedge inside bar continuation, right? So here's this ascending wedge pattern. You can see the trend line, right? Breakout over this horizontal resistance, right? Breakout on strong volume, now consolidating on strong volume, right? So a lot of people are loading up here. Could be ready for that next run if we can get up and over that 153.60 zone, right? That's got room towards that 155 plus, especially if the indexes are strong. But something like this Apple, I mean, this is very much the top of the watch list this morning. All right, Tesla looks okay. For whatever reason, like, I can't shake these wicks, right? So we're seeing so many of these rejections, and I think that's what's slowing down Tesla here a little bit. What's like making it kind of like fake out its way there. Keeps making higher highs, but it's kind of unable to sustain them. So I still want to see like just that full body high volume day, right? Just give me an opportunity where they're telling us the same story, and then I reckon we get that clean follow through. But for now, we're just not getting it. So let's be patient, right? Kind of looks like a 3 green soldiers pattern, not a super clean one. But if we get breakouts over that 740 zone, maybe that could start to get interesting. All right, Microsoft, another one of those. Excuse me, another one of those that's telling us kind of 2 different stories here. Right, so really nice reversal candle here. If you can see it highlighted, right? Followed up, really strong volume, right? Followed up by a okay, confirmation candle. Right. Yesterday we gapped up and over, right? Sold off all day long on really, really strong volume. So 2 things, right? Really strong volume. We'd like to see this to be a stronger candle. Yeah, it's full body, but if that volume is so strong, why isn't it bearish engulfing? Right. So that's like question number 1, right? If the volume was actually strong, right? Why didn't it make lower lows? Question number 2 is, if you're getting such strong selling volume and what looks like a strong bearish candle, right, is that bullish momentum that you're seeing off of this reversal actually there, right? So that's what we kind of have to be asking ourselves. Not sure right now, right? We're going to have to see what this volume looks like. We're going to have to see if we can get maybe another day of consolidation here, right? Something to maybe invalidate this kind of contradiction. So if Microsoft does break out today, we'll look to take a stab at it, right? Not going to shy away. I'm not going to blindly chase it up, right? But if everything, all the conditions are there and it looks the right way, right? This could be an interesting setup, but it's going to be half size because of this contradiction, right? That's just creating a little bit of extra uncertainty. Right, so I'm just going to give myself a little bit of extra protection and not give anything away. Okay, mRNA, we could maybe play this in either direction here, right? Bullish case starts above this 390 zone, right? If we can kind of get up and over here, right? I think that's where things can start to get a little bit interesting. Underneath, we're looking for this kind of continuation breakdown, right? So lose this shelf, get under that 360, and then move towards that 347 area, right? I think that can maybe even break down further below that. 1 second. Apologies for that. So it looks like if we can lose the shelf, right, we have that continuation move and quite big levels to the downside, right? This is a $360 stock, right? And or $376 stock, sorry, right? And it's going to move like $10 at a time to the downside, right? $13 at a time to the downside, right? So think about that when you're sizing your play here, right? You don't have to go huge size to get a huge reward, right? So risk down accordingly, right? Because your upside here is huge, so don't get greedy chasing it, because you'll crush your account and get hurt with a big stop loss, right? This Roku's a really interesting setup here as well, right? To the downside, it kind of have like this inside bar breakdown here that's starting to look a bit like a bear flag to me, right? So if this continues to flag and we can kind of get this breakdown, we'll lose the shelf, right? And then have a chance to get down towards that 340 area. If we lose that 340, then it looks like it's bear flag and this thing can go down towards that 330. So I like this a lot, but we're not going to want to fight the market here, right? Market's red. We'll take a stab. Goldman Sachs, right? Still looking for this breakout up and over this 420.80 area. Maybe even round that up to 421 potentially, depending on what that volume is like. But we've been waiting for this breakout, right? So it gave us a fake out of a fake out, I'm going to call it, right, the other day on August 30th. But we didn't make a higher high above our sort of setup trigger, right, or above our confirmation area. So for me, bullish thesis still remains in play, especially after this kind of hammer reversal candle. Like to see maybe a little bit more volume on that, but it's been pretty consistent, pretty controlled. So let's see if we can kind of get that breakout now post-div election day. Right, Snow looks like a really interesting play as well. Again, not going to fight the trend here, right? So had this inside bar, okay, broke down here yesterday, or sorry, Monday, right? Test a trend line, now bouncing back up. Really strong green day today, right? Creates a 3 green soldiers pattern up and over this 307, or it's called 308 area, right? That has room towards 310, right? 315. And then we can kind of start getting into a little bit of some stickiness up there. But this looks like a really tasty setup. I love the volume profile here, right? Huge increases, on this move, right? And then we're even engulfing that. So this is that was the biggest volume day since kind of the end of May, right? That gives you a lot of confidence that, hey, maybe the buyers are stepping in. We're going to make sure that the option volume, though, on something like this is tight. So I'm going to need 1K option volume or greater, right, with reasonably decent spreads. Right, FedEx, another one of those that we're looking at here. Same thing like that. Roku, we're going to chase this if the market's going red. Looks like a nice bear flag breakdown. So let's see if this thing can go. Still got a ways to go before earnings, so not sizing up or changing my plays in that run up yet. But would like to see this thing to start to break down sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the setup's probably going to invalidate itself. All right, PayPal has a chance to fill this gap up, right, towards that, say, 295 area. So let's see if we can get there, right? Pretty high volume day yesterday, but, right, it looks like kind of a neutral bullish, right, to kind of neutral bearish, right, to least bearish candle. So if it's we're going to call it a bullish bearish candle, right, where it's that top wick is really pushing price up, right? So this tells us there's a lot of buyers pushing price, right, supporting our action. So we can get up and over, right, that might give us a little bit potential to fill this gap up. We got a little bit of wicks here to the left, right, so it might not be the smoothest climb, but if that volume is good, then it should get in there pretty easily. All right, another one of those, if markets go red, we have something to play here, right? BNTX looks like an interesting bear flag breakdown. Really love the increasing volume here, but still well below average. I'm not sure if something like this is going to give us those option spreads that we're looking for. So that's going to be something to look out for as well, right? Same thing like that. I think it was FedEx I said, right? Going to need that. Oh, no, sorry, Snow, right? Going to need those option volumes to be above 1K, right? Not open interest, but actually contracts traded above 1K. and option spreads to be relatively reasonable, right? Reasonable is a relative term, so we'll talk about it as things are setting up, right? Netflix, really nice wedge breakout, right? Now with 3 green soldiers, breakout continuation. That's getting stuck at 570, right? So we got stuck yesterday at 570. Seems to be kind of breaking down a little bit under there. If it can get over 570 though, wow, okay, this thing could absolutely rip and roar, right? So I like the look of this a lot if we can get up and over, right? That's got room towards that 575, 580, right? And then we can even get up towards that 590, right? 590 range. So not bad. Would like to see maybe a little bit more volume on this Netflix. But if the market is strong, right, this thing could be a really nice prime candidate, kind of like that Apple, which is a little bit lagging behind the indexes right now, and could give us that kind of little acceleration pump that we're hoping for. Right, MA, this one was found by DTR member Henderson, right? Pretty nice looking setup here to the downside if we can get this breakdown, right? Really strong volume here, right, on this trend line breakdown continuation. So we're looking for moves under, say, that 344.50, right, towards that 340 zone. Underneath 340 maybe gets a little bit challenging, right? We have this box here, and this to me looks like a high volume kind of area where that's propping up this action. So I will leave a runner right in here potentially if we're able to get this trigger, but I'm not going to assume that it's going to give me that rip down towards that 312, right? So I'm going to temper my expectations once we kind of start to get into this zone. IWM giving us a really nice range, giving us a really nice range breakout setup here if we can get this trigger over that, say, 227.70 area, right? We've been stuck in this range. This looks so controlled to me over, man, since February, right? Like, this is what a range it's been stuck in. So if we can get this breakout, right, we can maybe touch the upper parts and then look to kind of test those all-time highs. But if we're we find a nice little setup here on this, huge volume, bullish engulfing setup, right? Maybe we can get that kind of breakout. Same thing like that Goldman Sachs, where, okay, this thing, did make a higher high, but it didn't make a higher high above what we consider to be our confirmation area, right? So for me, setup still looks valid. Let's see if this thing can go. If you want to play small caps, I think this is the way of doing it instead of playing some shitty name that's being pumped and dumped by someone on Twitter. Right, you're not going to get halted on here. You're going to get good option spreads, and clearly you get enough volatility, right, to find some action. So this would be the way I would rather play small caps. Right, Peloton giving us a potential channel breakdown. Right, it's been stuck in this channel, say all summer, right, early July, right to now. Now we're kind of hanging out at this 100 area, right? So 100 is going to be a pretty big psych zone. And so we're going to want to see this reaction right here. If we can get a bounce, right, nice reversal candle, we can look to play this as like a BB reversal, right, channel reversal. There's a lot of different ways you can look at this. But if it chooses to break down, right, the path of least resistance certainly looks pretty easy under the, say, 97.80, right? So not doing very well after earnings, right? Selling off, kind of struggling, big gap down. Maybe this thing has some further legs up. You'd like to see maybe increasing volume here one of these days, right, where maybe you don't think that sellers are running out of momentum. So really like a high volume directional day is going to kind of set the tone for Peloton going forward. Okay, last couple here, right? Everyone loves AMC. Everyone loves Palantir. So let's go over them very briefly. Right, Palantir, really nice wedge breakout. Reminds me a bit like Tesla though, right? Where we're seeing all these wicks, and when we're seeing all those top heavy wicks, right? All those rejections. What makes us think that this price action is going to be special, right? What makes us think that this is going to be the one that's going to buck the trend? So we need that extra little piece of confirmation, right? We need that extra little sanity check, right? When we get this breakout over this 26.75 area, right? So make sure that we have that little extra oomph, right? That volume profile looks good, that there isn't any snakes hiding in the grass, right? Then we have that real nice chance to get that follow through up towards that $29 area, right? Otherwise, we have a good chance of kind of head faking our way there, kind of like this Tesla, where everything looks good, but then when we kind of peer within the cracks a little bit, you're seeing kind of a lot of rejections or a lot of pain. So we want to make sure that we're invalidating that on Palantir, right? And it's the exact same story here on AMC, right? Seeing a lot of selling wicks kind of under this $50 area. What's a little bit cleaner with AMC, right, is at least with $50, you know you have a really clear psych resistance zone, right? So if we're able to break 50, okay, well, none of these selling wicks, right, are at that area, right? Above that, we're seeing a lot of buyers, we're seeing a lot of volume, right? We're not necessarily seeing that much bearish action. So if we can get that rip up and over 50, hold it, then AMC has a really good chance to kind of give us that move towards that $53, $55, right? Even 60. The way this thing can move, it can be a little bit unpredictable. But I think there's a lot of potential in the way that thing can set up. So wait for 50, right? Wait till we invalidate those kind of rejection heavy selling wicks. And then AMC looks like it could be a really fun ride. All right, and then last but not least, we got this BA. So kind of been stuck in this like baby ascending wedge pattern inside what looks to be a much larger triangle wedge, whatever you want to call it. So let's see if we can get this kind of continuation break, right? I love moves over that 223.70, right? I think that's got like moves $2 at a time and has a lot of potential to the upside. If you get that breakout up and over, right, then you maybe can fill that gap and go towards that 230 zone. So I think there's a lot of potential here on this BA2. Maybe a slightly bigger rejection than you'd like to see. But if we lose, say, this 215 shelf, right, that could be a bearish move too. So we have a couple ways of being able to play this. And we have a few other kind of like B plus setups that are there along the way. So we'll keep an eye on things. But certainly looks like it could be a fun day today. Priority number one is Apple off of this opening bell. So we're going to be watching this. We have about now 10 minutes here to market open. So get your execution software up, right? Make sure that you're ready to go, right? No operational issues, that you're focused and you're ready to have a nice green day, right? No reason to force anything, no reason to take trades that aren't there, but we need to be ready and decisive for when things look ready. So we got 10 minutes here, guys, right? If you have any questions about any of those setups, right, let's go over those. Let's talk about the why, right, or what looks interesting. Otherwise, I'm going to quickly make a cup of coffee, and I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, guys, back here. So if you guys are new here, right, checking us out, checking out the stream for the first time, right, ask questions, guys. Ask a lot of questions. Get involved. Use the chat. The more questions you guys can ask, generally the better, right? If you're thinking it, someone else is probably thinking it too. So don't be ashamed to ask. Don't be afraid to ask. If there's something about the setup that you want clarified or something that you want answered, right, ask in the chat as well. I'm going to try to be really transparent and show you guys everything, all these sort of things. But sometimes there's things that come together pretty quickly or unable to do it. So, right, if I forget something or whatever, right, ask me and I'll go over it and be as transparent as possible. So let's just make sure we have a nice kind of consistent, solid day, right? Don't force any plays and we don't rush anything. Hey, good morning, Mike. How you doing? So guys, we have 5 minutes here to market open, right? Let's make sure that all of our execution software is up, right? We're all caught up on the streams, all our data is connected, right? We're not letting any operational issues cost us money today, right? That's really important. So let's not give anything away. Let's not force anything. Let's not make any silly mistakes, right? So let's have ourselves a really nice day. Right, at around 11 a.m., doing a draw for DTR members. We're able to get this stream up to all-time highs for us, right? So we're able to get this to the most concurrent viewers. I'll do a draw for non-DTR members. I'll give away a 1-month sub to a non-DTR member as well. But DTR members have today are going to be fighting for a annual, quarterly, and monthly subscription to the trading room. So let's have a big day. If we get to that magic number, I'll let everyone know, and we can figure out a way on making that contest accessible to everyone. So let's have a lot of fun today, guys. Right? Let's ask a lot of questions. Let's absolutely crush it. Hey, good morning, Jag. How you doing? Cheers, Tony. Cheers. So yeah, guys, let's all get involved here, right? The more we all work together and bounce ideas off each other, do all these sort of things, right? We become stronger traders, right? We become better when we push and we defend our ideas and we get challenged, right? So let's all right. Let's get involved, right? Let's be active, right? I'm a monkey see, monkey do learner personally, right? And that means monkey do, right? So you got to ask questions, you got to be involved, you got to get after it. So let's have a big day. Let's have a lot of fun. Hey, Jason, welcome. Glad you're joining us. Yeah, just right. Focus number one, risk management, guys. Right. Our focus is always risk management. That's focus number one. The bigger the stop loss you have to have, right, the smaller your position size should be. So that's fundamental number one. If you're ignoring that, never going to make it in this game. Okay, I'll answer all these questions here at once. So Sim, if you want to play, there's one more person who's interested. I can bump the league up to 12, but you gotta let me know ASAP. So the sooner you can let me know, the better. Tony, yeah, I look at a couple stocks every day. So I look at SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, day in, day out. Those are my sort of core 5 names. On top of that, I look through kind of a variety of watch lists, right? So I have, call it like 600 names or so that I kind of look through. I don't look through all 600 every day, but I'll sort by volume and look for all the ones, right? Look through all the plays that are, like above 2 million volume on average for the week, right? And see which kind of pattern setups look nicest there as well. So, right, this is, it's the way it goes. Yeah, Jason, I go long calls, long puts. I think with options, right, if you're day trading options and you're scalping, you don't need to go too complicated with your strategies, right? Your advantage is going to be risk management and then just playing the numbers game. So I just go long calls, long puts. Happy to play that in either direction. If I'm interested in, playing the spread or something like that, maybe there's other ways of doing it that I'm more interested in. But as a pure day trader, I like playing breakouts or breakdowns or reversals, right, with just long calls or puts. So guys, right, we got 50 seconds or so here to market open, right? My priority number one is Apple. So that is what I am looking at, right? I'm getting everything set up for that in my execution software, right? Not going to be behind, not going to be slacking here, going to be right on and ready and prepared watching this run up, right? Generally, I don't want to place a trade in this first 5 minutes. So we'll have to keep an eye, right on that clock. Just want to make sure you take a deep breath right before you jump into the market. Even when I worked at the fund, right, we didn't start executing trades until after the first 5 minutes either, right? So this is not something that's uncommon, right? This is definitely a rule that a few members in the room use. So let's see how this day goes, guys. I'm excited. It looks like it could be a fun day. So we're going to ignore this QQQ alert for now, right? We're going to ignore it for now. Just gapping up and over, right? So it doesn't mean much. We're going to get a few alerts that might trigger right off this opening bell. But like I said, guys, right, we're waiting for that first 5 minutes. We're not going to place any trades, until that first 5 minutes is kind of taken care of, right? We can just kind of take a little breath, let things kind of figure out what they want to go. If it's going to run that first minute anyway, so be it. Okay, you're not going to catch it. Right? Not the end of the world, right? There's always going to be another setup, always going to be something that looks strong. So we're going to wait, see what we can catch, right? And then play that right move. Not just going to play any move, okay? All right, so Apple definitely looks like it's pretty strong. We want to watch this volume run up here, right? What kind of action are you getting here on this breakout? What kind of support are you seeing from buyers? Are you seeing a lot of sellers step in? So this is what we want to watch, right? We're watching this 153.60 area. So remember that support and resistance is a zone, not necessarily a specific price, right? So if things are a zone, you want to see if there's any big orders in that area, not necessarily specifically that price. For now, seeing quite a bit of big orders. I'm going to be patient here for a second, and let's see if we can get this thing to hold on that 5-minute time frame, right? We're only 2 minutes into market open, guys. We're not going to rush an entry, right? We're at all-time highs here on Apple, right? So the only resistance we have above us is psychological, right? No need to force anything. We can be patient waiting for that right setup, right entry. Right, so now what we do here is we look for on the 5-minute on these breakouts, right? Is it highest volume, right? Strongest volume, last a little bit, and is it a full body candle? So are things telling us that same story, right? That's really what we're going for. We want to see for things to be consistent, right? For them to be telling us kind of that same thing, right? Here on this 3-minute, maybe we can get an entry if this candle can fill out a little bit, right? I'd be looking for breakouts over that 154.25 on a full body candle. You got about, say, 10 seconds left here, right? So there could be an entry setting up. I'd be looking at the September 3rd calls here. Probably the 152.5s, guys. 152.5s. Stop loss would be low of entry candle. So not yet. All right, I am in. So let's see if this thing can go, right? Stop loss, low of entry candle. All right, see if we can get this thing to entry protection. We are getting close. See if it can go. So good start here so far, guys. Good start here. Let's see if this thing can go. All right, now it's entry protection time, right? Not giving anything away. Stop. Let's see. A little bit of a fake out there. Let's see if this thing can run. A little bit annoyed that just got to like entry, just about to entry protection, and then it just wouldn't break out. I am in Paco at 224. 224. Okay, this thing's being a little bit shaky. Let's see if it can run now. Things are starting to move a little bit. All right, I'm going entry protection time now here. Right, stop loss is going to be 230. 230. Let's see if we get that big upside follow through, right? See if we get that big upside follow through. But so far, so good here, guys. So far, so good. Let's see if we can get that action, right? So far, so good. Right? We cannot let this trade go red now, right, guys? So if you're in this, catching a nice win, awesome, right? Congratulations. Protect your entry. Don't give anything away, right? Cannot let this play go red. So stop loss for me now, 240, guys. I'm just going to keep pushing this up, right? Keep locking in some wins, right? Don't need to give anything away unnecessarily, right? We're locking in a nice play here, guys. Locking in a really, really nice play, right? So no need to force anything, right? Okay, guys, push and stop up towards 245, right? Stop loss now, 245. See if we can get that continuation breakout, right? See if we can keep going. I'm happy to just lock in a win, right? Lock in 10%, move on to the next one. If it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, I can always get a re-entry, right? Strong trades give you multiple points of entry. They don't just give you one chance, right? So no need to give anything away because of greed. So, you know, if we get stopped out, we get stopped out protecting a win. That's awesome, right? So I'm out of Apple, guys. Out of that 243. Out of that 243. So quick little 10% scalp, right? Zero complaints about that. Quick little green start to the morning, right? Happy days. Anyone else take that stab? Yeah, Amazon going, but the way it opened up in its gap, and so hard to just like be super interested in that. So great start to the morning there, everyone, right? Really good start. Now we're like, this is exactly why we protect our entry, right? We need to avoid this kind of head fakes, right? This kind of action. So, right, this is below our entry price now. Protected our entry, right? Locked in 10%. On to the next play, guys, right? If this thing is strong, it'll give us a second entry here, right? Maybe it's going to give us one on the 15-minute time frame, but we don't need to force that play. So really, really good start to the morning. Good 10% win to go. So we'll just keep stacking up wins, guys, right? You get big wins from a consistent process, right? Not from chasing big lottos, right? Your risk reward is tight and your process is consistent. You're going to catch big wins, right? From putting yourself into a repeatable, consistent process, right? Not every trade is going to be 100%, but if you can catch 10% win a day, you're going to be able to accomplish all your trading goals and then some. So, really good start to the morning, guys. Really, really good start to the morning. So now things are starting to look maybe a little bit red, or we're losing a little bit of that momentum, right? So we're going to keep an eye on this, see how the market wants to react. We're going to go to a little bit of a longer time frame now, right? Kind of stay within context. First 10 minutes of the day, a lot of fun, right? A bit of a rush to get that nice win out of the way. But we can't now get kind of caught in those blinders and assume things are going to keep rocket shipping up, right? So let's kind of stay within context, right? Make sure that nothing is looking ridiculous. Like, look at this Netflix, right? What a fake out. So why we don't chase things right off the opening bell, right? And so let's see if something can come together for us, right? If things go red, right, we're talking about something like this FedEx might be that setup, right? Something like this Roku, right, might be that setup. mRNA, if we can lose this shelf, right? So there's a few things that could go bearish if the market decides to go that way. So now let's just wait and see and figure out what direction it wants to pick, right? We don't need to be in a rush to do anything else here now, right? Doesn't mean we're going to avoid things, but if we can get those kind of strong setups, right, this could be interesting. Like something like this Apple, this could be interesting again on the 15-minute time frame. Could give us a second entry here, right? If this can close as a full body candle, right? So we want this to close like this most bullish candle type, right? If it does that, then we have that really good chance of kind of getting further continuation, right? Or getting a little bit of further follow through. So that's what we're hoping for. We got a few minutes now to sit and wait, right? And see what can come together on this play. But let's be patient, right? Yeah, it's moving a little bit, SPY, right? But QQQ is really strong. So I'm happy to think that Apple's going to keep kind of running up, right? Something like the SPY is going to have rotation from a lot more of a like kind of big basket of names, right? So if ARK looks pretty strong, which it does, which is very like kind of modernist tech, right? And QQQ looks strong, that's enough for me to think that this Apple probably still has a little bit of potential. Something like this SPY, right, certainly could break down and it could be could make it a little bit harder, but if QQQ still looks fine, I'm going to be okay with that. For now, volume looks reasonable too. It's at least above average, so there's enough strength in numbers there for me to not be too worried yet. But good eye. Let's take a look at both. Yeah, so right, we talked about just talking about that rotation, right? Well, it's going to be stuff like this. CVX, if you get the nice full body day here, you get that 3 red soldiers pattern. I think at the moment you want to wait for that like $96 to break, and then you have that chance for that gap fill to the downside. I think that looks pretty interesting. Exxon, let's take a look. Yeah, pretty much the same setup, right? Get that nice full body day, preferably on increasing volume, and then you have a really good 3 green soldiers pattern setup that can give you that gap fill and then back down towards that $53 area. So let's keep watching this Apple, right? We got 2 minutes here on this play. Let's see if this thing can kind of break out or break down. We want to see basically, I'm on team breakout, right? So let's see if this thing can kind of give us that full body candle. Love the volume on this opening 15 minutes, right? That's fantastic, right? So bullish engulfing on volume off the previous candle. Certainly looks like it's going to be highest volume bar of the last couple days. So really good start here from this Apple, right? Let's see if we can get this full body close kind of up towards that 154.75, right? Then we're going to try to test that 175, right? 155, and then kind of get that further continuation moves to the upside. We want to make sure that this is not giving us too much of a arrow to the downside here, right? So take one of these scripts that I have here, right? So we want to make sure that this arrow here, maybe not the easiest to see for you all, right? We want to make sure that this is pointing up. So this arrow is down here, right? What that tells us is that the buying pressure is greater than selling pressure in a visual capacity, right? It's not perfect by any means, but it means that hey, we're not seeing sellers push this down more than we saw buyers push it up, right? So that's really what we're looking for, just a little visual cue, right? That this looks as strong as that volume tells us. If for whatever reason, right, Apple doesn't want to give us that on the 15, right? We'll wait for this to see if it can trigger, trigger on the 30 min. Yeah, Peter. So this is just a custom one called Arrows, right? I put it myself. So if you want, could go. Actually, I'm not sure why this didn't trigger. So let's see, right? See if this thing can hold. Right now it looks a bit like a fake. So let's see if this thing can close down and under kind of this 263.60 area, right? Certainly SPY looks to maybe be a little bit red, seeing some buyers prop it up a little bit here now at the end. So want to make sure that that's okay, right? Or at least it's reasonable. Let's get back to this Apple for a sec, right? Watch this arrow. Ooh, that's close though, huh? That's close. So Apple this time, right? Keep an eye on this volume build up here, right? See what kind of comes together. Our area of resistance now, or kind of a breakout target, call it 154.80, right? Gonna look for a breakout up and over. That could certainly be an interesting looking play if this thing sets up for us, right? QQ looking really strong. Maybe SPY coming back a little bit here too. So let's see if something can come together. Tesla's creeping up towards that 740. Microsoft's creeping up towards that 305. What do you mean by that, Tony? Like, what makes me think that they're going to be areas of resistance? How do I know that they're areas of resistance? Like, can you give me a little bit more information or like a little bit more detail? Nice. Is that something you played? Oh, yeah, okay. I see. I get your question. So, like with this Apple, right, we're just anticipating at all-time highs resistance to come in at psychological levels, right, round numbers, because we're not getting, because there's nothing here above us, right? So we need to assume that sellers are going to step in at some point, and they're most likely to, right? If we're just kind of giving ourselves a warning sign, right? They're most likely to step in at those round numbers. So at all-time highs, right? I'm just looking for those. Intraday, what you can see is in the level 2, you're going to start to see prices, right, that have really big limit orders associated with them. So you'll see, like right now on this Apple, you're seeing huge orders coming in at that like 154.65 area, right? You're seeing really, really big selling limit orders come in. So I'm assuming that that's going to be, like, that's telling me that that's resistance, right, until that's taken out, all right, until I see buyers take out those levels. So intraday, or like, outside of intraday, right, outside of market hours, I'm looking at areas where there's multiple points of contact and seeing a lot of points of resistance, right? A lot of times where it touches, sells off, right? Touches and bounces. And then intraday, I'm using those lines and watching the run, like the volume kind of running up into it, and seeing if my support and resistance is actually, if what I thought was support and resistance is actually correct. Hope that makes sense. So tech's been pretty strong here, right? Apple's giving us a rip. QQQ's giving us a rip, right? Tesla might want to give us that 740. So there's a lot of stuff here that's kind of going on, right? QQQ looks pretty strong. I wish the volume was just a little bit better here. So let's see if this thing can kind of go. Apple still, I think, very much in play. This little inside bar, keep making higher lows, right? So still looks kind of bullish to me. This thing could be ready for another test if we can get that breakout. So I will be looking to play this again, right? This time probably the 155 calls. I'm going to size down a little bit. I'm going to play this like pseudo roll up, right? I don't want to have to reverse all of a sudden and go red on this Apple play, right? Our objective is to stack up green days, green wins. Don't need to give away everything, right? Doesn't mean you need to trade scared, but you know, if I get stopped out, I don't want to be in a huge hole all of a sudden, right? So sizing down accordingly. Tesla could be tempting here as well. Could be worth keeping an eye on, right? If this thing wants to give us that 740 break, it's getting real close to it, right? So let's see if it can kind of maybe give us that pop. Pretty good run up here, not bad volume. A pretty nice 3 green soldiers candle here, right on the 5-min on this breakout with that inside bar in the middle. I think this has got a little bit of potential. You want to watch out for it now, right? Same thing. Want to make sure that that volume, right, and candle, right, and everything there is telling us that same story. So, you know, we're watching this run up here in this volume, right? If it's a high volume green candle, we want to make sure that there's no big volume sellers hiding within that, you know, tall grass, right? So that's what we're going to keep an eye on, right? That's going to be watching here in this run up as we get close towards that 740. If this Tesla looks strong, right, and kind of gives us that trigger, those 740 calls, 745 calls, and 750 calls all look reasonable. Volume profile is sort of well within them. If I was to pick and choose, I'd play the 740s or the 750s. Those are what looks best to me. So SPY giving us a bit of a sneaky reversal here for now. So you might be getting led by some of these big names. Still like this Apple, guys, right? If it can give us a retest. I still like this Apple if it can give us a retest. Disney we're not interested in today. That is a old alert from yesterday, right? Nice breakout here, but you know, after yesterday's big selling action, right, there's a lot of weakness there. I don't want to play this breakout when I see so many sellers defending here. So that's why we're staying away from that Disney. So far so good here. Let's watch this Tesla, right? It's creeping back up. So we got another thing that's setting up closely here, right? I'm going to look at the probably 740 calls for myself personally, right? I think that's probably what I'm going to look at if we can get this breakout up and over. I just want to make sure now that we're just not getting any, you know, big sellers, right? We're not seeing any big rejections or any big orders kind of stepping in at that 740 zone. Right, stop loss is low of entry candle, approximately that 738 area. We're targeting a little bit above, right? So we're targeting man, I have to go back so far. We're targeting kind of this like 750 zone, right? This is kind of where we're seeing resistance, maybe some at that 745. So at the moment, we need kind of like a $2 stop loss, right? For a $5 reward at minimum or a $10 reward. So the risk reward calculation certainly seems justifiable here at the moment. Let's see if we can get this thing to look clean for this breakout. Still seeing more sellers than buyers here at the moment, so just gonna be patient for a second. All right, guys, I am in. All right, 740 calls. Right, I'm in those 740 calls here at 765 on this Tesla. You can take a look at Apple as well. Right, this thing's starting to break out too. I'm going to be a little bit patient here with this Apple and just going to focus on this Tesla for now. Let's see if we can get that follow through. Nice, tidy play, Peter. Tidy play. Yeah, a bit of a rejection for now, right? I think we just gotta be patient with it. I'm happy to stay in this Tesla. It's kind of hanging out just under entry price, so let's see if this thing can go. I think this Tesla might be the nicer play at the moment. If this thing can kind of start breaking out pretty quick here. We'll be patient though, right? We'll be patient. Yeah, Tesla stop here is this red line. So 237.85 area is my stop loss. Right? Inside bar still keeps us in play, guys, right? Like there's nothing here that tells us to get out yet. Right? It's not cooperating very nicely. He's taking its sweet time, but nothing here that's screaming get out. So still gonna remain patient for now. Right? So just in general, guys, right? Try to go entry target, right? Usually green line or white line, right? Stop loss, always red line. So then you use that to kind of calculate, how big of a position size you have to go, right? So $2.30 stop on something with a 50-cent delta, right? You're expecting those contracts to move, $2 and a little bit, right? Sorry, like $1.50, sorry, right? So you're expecting it to be just a little bit less than $1.50, right? On something that was a $7, almost $8 contract, right? So you have a pretty good idea of what your stop loss needs to be and how to size down your play accordingly, right? The bigger the stop loss, right, the smaller your position has to be because the reward's going to justify it, hopefully, if it's that right setup. So we're still in play here just fine. But really important, right, that risk management is our staple or foundation because everything else on top of that, right, is just a numbers game, right? That's all it is, right? So if we're able to kind of manage our risk, right, continue having shots to play, then it's just a numbers game, right? And that's all we need to take advantage of. And something like this Tesla, like holy shit, does it move fast, right? So we're almost back to entry here, right? Just getting back up over that 740 zone. So it certainly looks like there's some potential for this thing to kind of still go. But would like to see this, like I said, right? Start moving sooner rather than later. But have to be happy with where the stop loss is. That's part of the game, right? Concern here now a little bit with this Tesla is some of these leading names, right? Apple, Microsoft, starting to maybe show us a little bit of weakness here, right? So I want to be careful about that, right? Let's not let this thing escalate unnecessarily if that weakness kind of gets confirmed, right? Tesla is the leading name. We expect it to show us relative strength or relative weakness, right, with the market. So if other names that we kind of class in that same category are kind of behaving contrary to our setup or our thesis, we don't want to chase those down, right? We don't want to be stuck in the wrong side of that. So that's something to keep an eye on. For now, we're still, 10% behind our entry, give or take. A little bit more than you'd like to be, but part of the game here sometimes, right? Still a nice green day, right? Managing our positions. So let's make sure that we can get this to break out up and over, give us that follow through. And if it doesn't, right, not going to be too stubborn holding on to this if the market starts telling us otherwise. All right. There's that fake out. Let's see if this thing can go now, right? Let's see if this thing can go. So let's see if we get that follow through here, right? If we don't get this follow through here, I'm going to stop myself out because if it's going to fake out here, right, that's not exactly bullish, right? If it fakes out and then breaks down, not exactly bullish. So let's see if this thing can go and we can get that nice little scalp here. But so far, so good. Good reaction, right? See if we can get that follow through up and over that 745, and then we can test that 750. So maybe we're a little bit early here, but a little bit of patience is paying off, hopefully. How many of you guys are in this Tesla play with me? Yeah, that's the way to do it, right? No need to go big, especially when you're learning, right? Market's not going anywhere. It's better to focus on bulletproofing little things here and there, and then, right, market will be ready for you when you're ready. Nice. Well done, Jeremy. Yeah, fair play, Jag. That's fair. Right? If something makes you uneasy about a setup or something you don't like, get out, right? The point is not to get the most out of every setup, right? It's to get the most out of yourself. Nice. Good man. I'm getting close to thinking about entry protection here, too. Just being a little bit stubborn, right? See how this volume steps in. If we get that full body, nice volume, maybe we'll get that extra little oomph here. But this thing's being a little bit stubborn. But not a bad morning, guys, right? Two little wins, they stack up pretty quick, right? So don't be greedy. Don't need to give anything away. Just make sure that, our emphasis is just to keep stacking up green days, right? Keep compounding green days. Nice, Brian. Nice. kind of a nothing, kind of a nothing candle there on that Tesla. So I'm going to push my stop loss here. I'm just going to see if this thing can keep running up. Not quite at entry protection time. Still kind of hovering around my entry price. So just going to be a little bit tighter with this thing. See if we can get that follow through. Just reduce my risk. Can't quite go entry protection. So still happy to just reduce risk for now. Right. We'll see if maybe these indexes will cooperate a little bit. Still love to get a little bit of follow through. Yeah, fair play. Like I said, right? If a trade is strong, it's going to give you a second point to entry, right? No need to hold on to something just because you think it could go up, right? If you think it's going to go up, it can give you a second chance. Yeah, fair play, guys, right? Take your shot, remove your risk, right? Live to fight another day, right? Those are all really important parts of trading, right? Our main objective before we even sit down and place a trade is to be able to sit down and place a trade tomorrow, right? So that means, right, it's account management, right? It's risk management. It's taking care of ourselves physically, mentally, right? It's doing all those little things. So that's how you manage your risk, right? That's what our job is. This part now, this is the fun bit, right? This is where we get to enjoy, have a good time, right? Where all the hard work we do outside of hours, right, pays off. So nothing wrong with reducing risk and taking another shot later. So for those of you guys who are guests, right, and we have a good chunk of people in here, so thank you all so much for joining today. Right, I stream like this every single day. So DTR Wednesday is free stream day, right? So stream is live for everyone to see, right? Check out what DTR is like. But I stream like this every day for DTR members. We go through all my setups, all the trades, and what my objective, right, is to not fish for you guys, right? It's to teach you guys how to fish, right? How to think for yourself, how to build your own strategy, right? Learn how to manage risk, and hopefully as you're learning, right, you can make some money along the way. So that's really what my objective is, right? If you guys are, for those who are interested in joining DTR, if you sign up kind of today, right, we're doing a sort of before 11 a.m. kind of Eastern, right? So about 45 minutes from now, doing a draw for all DTR members, right? Giving away a monthly, annual, and quarterly subscription to DTR. So if for those who want to check it out, could have a chance to, you can check us out risk-free for 7 days, right? So start your free trial, right? Check us out, see if it's for you. But generally, right, you get rewarded for consistency in your study habits and for joining. And stream is no different to that. So, right, if you guys want to check us out, right, come check us out for 7 days, see what it's like, and then see if DTR is for you. I am out of this Tesla, guys. On to the next play. All right, let's keep an eye on this Apple again, right? This thing might be ready to go. Gave us a little fake out, so we want to watch this run up towards that volume now, right? That's going to be important, seeing how this thing kind of, what that volume looks like here as we approach this 154.80 area, right? This is going to be key. So let's see if we can get this nice trigger up and over. I'm going to be looking at probably those 155 calls here if we can get that breakout. Nice 3 green soldiers pattern on this 5-minute again. So maybe this will be that chance. I'd like to see that volume step in the way we're looking for, though, and making sure that those indexes are cooperating. For now, it look okay. Maybe they could give us a little bit more strength, but we'll have to come back and just kind of keep an eye on those. For now, I like the way this Apple is setting up. We're looking for a break up and over that 154.80 zone. Yeah, for sure. I got trapped in one. That's the way it goes sometimes. So that's the way it goes. Right. Still green on the day. I was making sure I was protecting that. So happy to take that shot. It's the way it goes. Yeah, it gave us that right reaction, but sometimes like you see what you want to see, right? Sometimes that's an unfortunate reality. Wow, that's an impressive move. This thing just does not want to run, does not want to stop moving, right? Like, really, really impressive. See, like Brian, like that's why I mean trading is so harsh, right? Why it's so tough? Because you everything can still look right. You can do everything right and still lose money, right? And so what I find is a lot of say newer traders, right? They focus so much on they like live and die with each outcome, right? Each win, each loss. And I get it, right? That's part of the learning curve. It's kind of like how it goes sometimes. But you need to shake that. Otherwise, like you're just gonna get you're gonna paralyze yourself with anxiety when you're looking for entries and exits. So it's not the way it goes, right? It's not perfect when you get shaken out or you lose money, right? Especially on a free stream day, right? But as part of the game, it's important to learn how to lose well, and right, and it's important to realize that this is a numbers game, right? Our edge is applied over hundreds of trades, right? Over thousands of trades, right? Not over 5 trades or 2 trades or whatever it is. And so it's important to not lose that confidence in ourselves, right? To lose confidence in our discipline, because those are ultimately the things, right, that are going to sustain our careers, right, and keep us trading for the rest of our lives, right? We want to be long-term full-time traders, right? Not, right, we don't want, like, we're trading like we want to trade for a lifetime, not like we want to trade tomorrow, right? Or like we want to retire tomorrow. So it's important to manage our risk, right? It's important to manage our expectations. There's a lot of BS out there. There's a lot of fake stuff out there. But if you focus on bulletproofing your risk management, right? Bulletproofing your discipline when it comes to setups and triggers, right? You are going to make money. It's just a question of time and how much work you're willing to put in, right? But those are the things you need to focus on. You improve your risk management by 10 to 15%. That's going to have a much greater impact on your bottom line, right? Than say getting 15 to 20% more out of a setup, right? So focus on those little account management things, right? Focus on those little pain points that everyone has, and then everything else will take care of itself. I was saying this to my members the other day, right? August has been a very like choppy, challenging, indecisive month, right? Thin volume, not a lot of volatility, not kind of that nice action always, and still having like myself a pretty decent month, right? Really few complaints about how the trading performance has gone, but the majority of what I've made this month has come from like 5 or 6 big wins, right? So everything else has been kind of chop about, but then catch that big runner, let it go, and that's kind of what's paying me for this month. And that's the way conditions go sometimes, right? That's the way the market is. And so we kind of have to keep giving ourselves a chance, right? Keep focusing on that discipline, keep focusing on those little details, right? Because then we're just going to put ourselves in a situation, right? So it's the way it goes, right? Hit rate this month is like 60%, and I'm getting stopped out for like 2% wins, half the time. But still having a mega month because not letting losers escalate, right? Not letting things spiral out of control. And yeah, it's frustrating, and I've left some money on the table, but I'm green, keep stacking up wins, right? And I'm surviving to trade the next day, right? So that's what your objective should be every single day. And if you want to become a disciplined trader, right, it's a choice. Discipline is not an outcome, right? It's a choice. So you choose to want to build good habits, right? You choose to want to cut positions early, right? You choose to make all those things, right? To make all those tough decisions. And sometimes I think maybe one of the biggest perks of working with a room is that you can kind of steal, right? Or kind of follow that discipline a little bit, right? Force yourself to learn how to do it, right? And then address some of those pain points that maybe are unique to yourself, right? Everyone's got different issues they're working on as a trader. There's not like one size fit all solution, and there's not like one size make all strategy, right? It's just not how it works. So focus on getting the most out of yourself, and then the results will come. So still watching this Apple. Apologies for that. My OBS disconnected there for a second. Hopefully nothing crazy happened for you guys. So still looking at this Apple here, right? Nice bullish engulfing candle there. Bullish engulfing on volume, bullish engulfing 5 min. So if we can get this breakout over that 154.80, I think that could still be an interesting looking setup. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, right? Looking at those 155 calls, if this thing can come together for us. So looking at the 155 calls here, guys, 155 calls on this Apple. See if this thing can go, right? Who can estimate, give or take, stop loss here, right? about 15-cent stop, so pretty tight, right? We might be able to get a pretty good risk reward entry here, right? So who knows approximately how much of a stop loss this would have to be. So approximately here would be the stop loss for now, right? If we get this trigger. So far, no trigger yet. So far, no trigger yet. Right, so 20-cent stop on something that has a 46-cent delta, right? Pretty easy to figure out that gonna move about 13 cents, right? If this thing sells off, right, down towards our stop loss, right? So that's gonna be a little bit over 10%, right? On these 155 calls, gonna be like 15, 16%. So size your position accordingly, right? You know what your risk is. You know what the approximate stop loss you're going to have to take. So don't take ridiculous size, right? And then complain that you took a big stop loss, right? If you're uncomfortable with the amount you have to risk dollar-wise, size down, right? Or stay away from this play. This is not a big stop loss by any means, right? But cheap contract and high delta creates a lot of extra volatility, right? So just be careful with that, as things can start moving pretty aggressively if it goes against you, right? If it goes your way, yeah, it can move in your favor really quickly as well. But prepare for the worst, right? And hope for the best. Remember, guys, now we have about a 22, 23-cent stop loss, right? So 25-cent stop, right? We have a pretty good idea of what it has to be. So don't take any unnecessary risks, right? Or don't take any silly size because you want to make up for that Tesla loss you took, right? None of that kind of decision making, right? Keep your thinking independent of the previous outcome, right? Sucked to have lost money on that Tesla, but we didn't lose very much, right? And you need to learn how to lose well. Not yet. Haven't gotten that trigger. Still waiting for that break over that 154.80 area, Peter. So still waiting for this trigger. Just kind of talking about risk and account management as this thing kind of gets ready to go. So it's been a little bit stubborn for now. No entry here yet, right? So let's just continue to be patient. If this thing goes, for now, maybe it looks a bit like a rejection, but no obvious entry here to the downside, or at least no clean trigger, right? So we're not going to force this just because it looks nice, right? If things go red, we've got other things that maybe are a better bearish setup for us, and we'll look to play those names instead. I still think this Apple has a chance, right? We're well within striking distance. Maybe something like this Tesla might give us a re-entry later on. But we don't need to force something yet, guys. We don't need to be forced something yet, right? Still a nice green day. Don't need to give away anything easily. Okay, so let's watch Apple, right? Let's see if it has the legs here, right? Slightly bigger stop this time, right? So I need to size down accordingly. Now we need to have a slightly bigger stop, right? So 35-cent stop on something that has a 50-cent delta, guys, right? You're looking at a relatively decent sized move here, right? So if you get stopped out, you're looking at 15 cents, right, on these contracts. These contracts are about 90 cents at the moment, right? So you're looking at a 20% loss, right, pretty comfortably. So size your position down accordingly to manage that extra risk, right? Position sizing should be dynamic. Wait for this for a second here, right? Just wait for that next candle, and then we can look to enter this on the breakout. We got 5 seconds here, right? So no reason to rush. Okay, guys, I am in Apple at 93.2 here. See if we can get that follow through. So things are being a little bit sticky for us. We're not getting that breakouts like kind of right away. So let's see if this thing can start going relatively soon. Still feel pretty okay about it. So let's see if we can get that follow through up and over here. Looks like the market might want to give us a little bit of an extra oomph here, right? Inside bar, maybe you can give us that breakout here on something like this Q, right? SPY looks pretty similar, right? I mean, all things considered, looking like that inside bar breakout maybe could be happening. So if those are going to stack up and kind of behave together, right, that could be that extra catalyst for that Apple. Seems to be the theme today, just a little bit early on everything. So let's see if we can get this kind of back towards entry. Remember, hope is not a strategy though, guys, right? So we're still going to manage our position the same way, right? Here's our stop loss, right? The alert's on it. So, you know, if that triggers, right, we're going to get out. We have a good idea of what our stop loss needed to be, right, before we entered this trade and sized our position accordingly based on that, right? The bigger the stop, right, the bigger the delta, the smaller your position size has to be. Otherwise, you're going to get crushed. All right, so back to entry price here on Apple, right? Let's see if this thing can go, guys. Let's see if this thing can go. Got a chance here, right? Got a chance. Let's see if it can go. So in at 93 cents, right? Let's see if this thing can go. I don't want to get head faked like we did with that Tesla, right? It feels like this run up has been so similar. So let's see if this thing can go. Nice, Jason. Let's see if this thing can run for us, right? Let's see if it can go. Just kind of struggling a little bit here still. Like to see a high conviction volume candle step in, really push us up and over. But still looks okay for now. I don't mind the increasing volume. That looks fine. So it'd be nice if we get that follow through and finish the morning, you know, pretty nicely, right? That would be quite the perk if we could get it there. So let's see if it can go. Right, watching this order book here, make sure there's not seeing any crazy size, and if we do, we're seeing market orders coming in to wipe that out. Right, that's what we want to see. So let's see if we can continue to get that breakout now. Right, above that 155. If 155 can go, then we certainly have a chance. Yeah, it's lower volume, but it's starting to crescendo, right? It's starting to build up a little bit. So if it wants to do that, maybe we have that chance for that follow through to step in here. So we'll be careful. We tend to not get a ton of follow through outside of those, outside of that morning session, right? So we gotta be careful not to assume we're gonna continue to get a ton of it. Okay, so let's see if this thing can go, guys. Let's see if this thing can go. Otherwise, might just cut it here, right? Otherwise, might just cut it and just lock in like a commission, well, commission plus win. Let's see if this thing can go. Yeah. Now there was one Apple trade we were in once upon a time. This is in the early days of DTR. The OG members might remember. We played like Friday afternoon Apple breakout, and I think it took like an hour and a half for 10%. It's just like the slowest move up. Just like pulling your hair out, just like watching it just tick, every 6 minutes up one, one extra little tick on your options. Like, oh man, that was so it's so frustrating when it gets stuck in molasses like that. So let's see if this thing can go right. Again, I see mostly buyers here. I still think. We'll see though. We'll see. What it does feel like this Apple feels like it wants to make us work, right? It's trying to make us feel like we have to do an honest day's work for a change. See if it can go. Yeah, right? Like it still looks fine. I don't like this lower low that much. And that's a little bit of maybe a bit of a warning sign. So we'll see how this volume closes. If we stack up two bearish clues here in a row, I'll get out. Yeah, Roku has been consolidating for a while, huh? Yeah. Like it's been. I didn't think it was gonna have that chance to get up and over this. This is a bit of a surprise to me. That was the most ridiculous headline I've seen in a long time. That people are like, I think they bought what $50 million worth of gold, and everyone was talking about how it's going to be some short squeeze on a super liquid commodity. That was comical. All right, guys, this apple is going to be dying here, so I'm going to be getting out here in a sec. Henderson, right? How many times do we talk about position sizing on those plays? It's all we talked about, right? So what was the first thing I said when we talked about position sizing, right? Don't say it sucks if you take a loss because you know what you had to do position sizing wise, right? Look, people get really caught up on time frames that you trade on, right? I do all my analysis on the daily time frame, right? This is where I feel like I can be most confident with what I see in the market, right? I feel best about what I'm seeing, right? I use the shorter time frames to figure out where to put my stop loss, right? To help me time my entry. Everything else, if you're doing your analysis on the 5-minute time frame, you're doing it wrong because you're missing the longer term picture, right? You're missing the big picture. But if you have your kind of like longer term or kind of big picture view, right, bird's eye view, and then you take a look at the 5-minute and see what the relative strength looks like, what the run up looks like, all those sort of things. That's where the shorter time frames can be a little bit valuable. But generally, right, use them to determine where my stop loss should be, right, and to kind of help me time out my entry a little bit better. But all my analysis is done on the on the daily time frame, and then the 30-minute time frame, right, is sort of the other default view I stick to. Did you take that first play this morning too, right? That first Apple play? Why didn't you say something, right? If you didn't understand it, the point is to ask questions at the time, right? That's how you learn. So you're not going to learn if you stay silent, right? If you don't understand something, you don't understand the logic behind it, right? You stay out of it. The 3-minute setup, it's no different than what we always do, right? If we get that breakout gap up above our sort of resistance target or entry target, right? We're looking for any candle where it's the highest volume of the day, and right, so this is higher than any 3-minute volume bar yesterday, right? And it's a full body candle, right? So for us, that's a really good sign of strength, right? And it's reason to look for entries, right? So this is not new things, Henderson, right? These aren't new things. These aren't new concepts. So if you're not grasping these, or you're not kind of like figuring out, or you're saying it's too quick, you need to adjust your notes, right? Figure out what you don't understand, right? Why you didn't understand it, or why you didn't have confidence in it, and then come back, right? So I think you do understand this setup. I think you have this knowledge, right? But you're making like excuses for yourself, right? So don't do that, right? You know the basics. You know these things. So don't make excuses for yourself. Like a little secret, guys, no one gives a shit about someone else's excuses, right? No one cares. So if you have an excuse, no one cares, right? What people care about is you doing, right? They'll give you sympathy. They'll make you feel the way you want. if you accomplish in spite of your excuses, right? You know what I mean? So if you don't understand something, right, don't get it, be proactive in trying to solve that issue. But don't say you don't understand it because I know you do, right? So you're making an excuse for yourself, and that's really unfair. I use Interactive Brokers, Paco, but it's different for everyone. I'm based in Canada, so that for me is, I think, my best option. But it's different for everyone. So I know a lot of people like that TD Ameritrade. I think Rusty uses it with a lot of success. Remember, it's one of those things, though, right? A different broker, more screens, more tools. They're not going to make you a better trader, right? They're not going to all of a sudden make you profitable. You still got to focus on the fundamentals. Not, you don't need to apologize to myself, Henderson. You need to you just need to be honest with yourself, right? Your default shouldn't be I don't know, right? It's right. It should be like, okay, why is Michael doing this? What's different about this, right? We didn't do anything different. We used a different time frame, but there's no difference there, right? Like you're getting caught up on semantics, right? So don't make things more difficult for yourself than they need to be, right? So don't apologize to me, right? Don't apologize to people here. Just be honest with yourself, be confident in yourself, right? And then everything else will come together. But if you're the second you see something that is not the same cookie cutter the way we describe things, right? You can't have a panic and freeze up, right? If every trade was a textbook clean setup every single time, it'd be easy, right? Every setup is dynamic, every setup is different, right? Every trade is unique, and it comes with their own unique obstacles and problems to solve. So if your default reaction to encountering those problems is to give up, and that's unacceptable, right? So if you say you don't know when you get encountered a new problem, that's unacceptable, right? Your default needs to be, I want to, like, what does this look like, right? What is this similar to, right? There was nothing there that was new or unfamiliar. And then you can take advantage of that. So guys, I've been out of this apple for a while now, right? But that was just what that stop loss was there. DTR members. So we're gonna start getting ready for this draw here, right? Well, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of choice. You feel like you have some control over the outcome here. For those who are here, right? Send me a DM with a number between 1 and 20. That's gonna be the number you are assigned for the draw. We're gonna do a random number draw, and if your number gets chosen, you're gonna be winning. Otherwise, I will assign a random number for you. Yeah, for sure, Mike. So what we want to see, right, is anywhere is fine, Jeremy. Anywhere is fine. I saw your message. So we're good. We're good. So yeah, great question, Mike. Right. What we want to see on any breakout is strength coming in, right? So how can we visualize what that strength looks like, right? On this Apple play, right, we want to see on that initial morning breakout is that it's a lot of volume kind of stepping in, right? So heavy volume, heavy candle. So off that opening, right, on that trigger, what you can do is say you get a breakout right off the opening bell. Okay, say we're looking for this, say 153 break, okay? Hypothetically, right, looking for this 153 break. Okay, opening volume, right, not quite, like definitely like biggest volume of the day, right? But not a very strong bullish candle here, right? So not a great sign. So we switch to the longer time frame. We go 3-minute time frame here now, right? Okay, well, we can see a little bit less noise now in this candle, right? And if we go session breaks, it'll be a little bit easier to see, right? But this volume bar here, right, higher than this 930 volume bar there, right? So what does that tell us, or what does that mean, right? It means that we're seeing more buyers step in, right, than at any kind of previous point, right, individual point yesterday. And if the opening bar was bearish, right, or opening bar was red, kind of gives us a little bit of an extra visual representation that buyers have regained control, right, or at least they look to have stepped in and taken control. So then we get this set up, right? Our entry is going to be high of this candle, right, and look to enter on that breakout, right? And that's exactly how we played that name. And we had confidence that this breakout was going to sustain because we saw a ton of relative volume come in and protect this move, right? To protect that breakout and to kind of reinforce that move. You know, we could have entered on the 1 minute, right? We could have entered on the shorter time frame, right? But not as clean of a signal. So you just switch to a time frame, right, until a full body candle and a strong volume candle, right, sync up, right, until they're telling you that same story. Once they're telling you that same story, right, then you can have a little bit of confidence that you're going to get some follow through, you're going to get some action, right? Not going to every single time because this market is unforgiving and brutal and cruel, but that's how you stack up the odds in your favor, right? And if you just manage your risk, it just becomes a numbers game. So hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, my pleasure, Mike. My pleasure. Gonna do the draw around 11:30 here, Rusty. Just gonna give people a few minutes to get their numbers in, and yeah, so we'll do it about 11:30. 20, 19 minutes from now. Well, hopefully you win. Everyone's got pretty good odds, guys, right? Everyone's got pretty good odds. So hopefully we got some happy campers. Right, well, like, guys, my goal is to do, right, try to do something like once a month, right? Do stuff. Um, Once I'm able to do a pretty good meeting with my accountant, I can start maybe giving out some different prizes, right? Like maybe start giving out computers or start giving out monitors, stuff like that. I think it'd be pretty fun to give out a trading station. I think that would be something that would be a lot of fun. So we'll figure out, we'll start adding some more interesting prizes, but hopefully for now you guys are happy with DTR memberships. Okay, this is one I didn't think was going to have a chance today. I'm going to stay away from this for now. I just don't see the value here. So I'm going to stay away for now. Hey, you can just send me a message on Twitter or you can't DM on YouTube, I don't think, or on Discord, and get you all the info you need. My Mike, like my objective here is like it's to teach you guys right as much as possible, and look, there's a lot of benefits for me too, right? Like it's it's really fun to work with people for me that are passionate, motivated, right, dedicated, because we all improve together, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I will. If you don't give me a number, everyone's going to get a random one. But I want to give people a chance to be able to decide their own fate a little bit, just to add a little bit of extra spice into the mix. So yeah, like I was saying, Mike, like my primary objective here is education first and showing people, right, what is possible. Really transparent, right? Not every day is going to be green, right? Not every trade is going to be green. And I think that's really important for it if you want to learn how to do things the right way. I can give you as much tools and as many things as possible, but if you want to be profitable long term, you got to learn how to think for yourself. So we're gonna make sure that we all work together, right? We all build those good habits. We all build together the right strategies, and then, right, I keep saying it all the time, it just becomes a numbers game at that point, right? And so if you start to actually believe that and you gain confidence in that, then it can happen. Brian, yeah, this looks pretty tempting, right? If we can get over, I think probably now though we want to get that 155 break, right? We found resistance under that psych level. Let's see if we can kind of clear that with conviction. If it happens, right, then we'll get that clean setup, right? Yeah, that's classic Mike, unfortunately, right? Yeah, right. And the unfortunate thing, and sometimes to learn discipline, right, a lot of people, I'd say in general with trading, right, a lot of people say a lot of things, but they don't show you what that means, right? So they talk about like gamifying the process, or they talk about cutting losers soon, or they talk about what trading discipline is. And those terms can be so difficult to describe kind of until you see them. That's maybe sometimes the way you need to learn, right? Like this is how I learned how to trade, right? My first job was at a trading desk, and I got sat down beside a senior trader, right? And he taught me what to do, right? He showed me all his losses, he showed me all his wins, right? I could see everything, and I was sitting on his shoulder, right? Figuring out his style, and then using that to kind of create my own. If you want to follow my every single play, or you want to trade exactly the same way I do, it's going to be impossible, right? For one reason, there's a slight lag on the stream, right? So you're going to be always like 3 or 5 seconds kind of behind where I am, right? Give or take. It's about as close as I can get it, unfortunately. But the most important thing, right, and what you need, like why you need to put in the work yourself, right, and why everyone needs to put in the work yourself, is because you're never going to have confidence in setups or in things the way triggers, right? You need to have confidence in the way those things are structured yourself, because then when things sell off or when things start ripping, you're going to have that confidence to trade the chart, right? You're going to have that confidence to listen to what price action is telling you, instead of trading your P&L, or instead of trading what I'm saying, right? Because there's going to be days where I'm not here, or there's going to be days where I want to go take a holiday for a month, right? Like whatever. And if you still want to be able to trade and to trade well, right, you should be in a situation where you can think for yourself. Yeah, right. And like Mike, I'm a huge believer in sim trading, right? Figuring out the kinks in your strategy and figuring out like some of the execution stuff, right? You can learn how to do this on a simulator. Yeah, the psychological, the mental side of things, you're never going to be able to replicate that, right? There's just no chance. But like I played a lot of sports, right, as a kid, and I love watching sports still today. So I relate a lot of things to that, right? But someone like Tom Brady, right, he's practicing day in, day out, in Tampa, right, to kind of solidify his 2-minute drill, or to solidify that out route with Mike Evans or whatever he's working on, right? So that when it's Super Bowl time and it's that 2-minute drill, right? His muscle memory just takes over. So although he starts to feel the pressure and he starts to feel the weight of the moment and all these sort of things, right? His training takes over, and like by default, he gets you like by default, right? He just does all the things he's been training his whole life to do, right? It's sort of the same thing with trading, right? You want to get yourself to the point where when you're revenge trading, you're still revenge trading your strategy, right? Where it's not just like a YOLO on the way down. It's to the point where your muscle memory is so in tune that you're literally, right? Like when you go on tilt, or when you stop thinking clearly, when you stop thinking rationally, that your default is to go back and trade your strategy, right? That's ultimately the point of practicing. And that's why I think sim trading can be such a powerful tool, because if you can't prove to yourself to be disciplined in sim, right? If you start averaging down losers, or you don't cut stop losses, you don't do all those sort of things, you're never going to be able to do that when money's on the line, right? So just because things are all of a sudden more exciting, right, doesn't mean you're more likely to be able to follow your rules, right? It's likely the opposite of that. So we need to design systems and design ways to protect ourselves from ourselves, right? That is a really important part of what being a good trader is. Brian, thank you for the feedback. That's it's very, very kind. The jargon exists, and people like to complicate things to make themselves look like a super genius, right? All I know is what I don't know. And what all I care about, right? My biggest emphasis is on risk management and that side of things, right? Trading is 75% mental, 25% technical, and finding technical breakouts and finding setups is really, really easy. But mastering that mental side of things can slap you in the face sometimes. Right? Like, especially if you're doing the free trial, right? If you're checking us out, you're doing whatever, right? Spend the week learning, right? Because even if you choose not to join, what you learn in that week, you'll make more money applying those lessons than trying to catch that one play with us in the morning or whatever, right? The market is not going anywhere. So why be in such a rush to give your money away, right? Learn, improve. That's going to pay off way, way bigger dividends than catching that 120% win in the morning, right? It's just, that's just reality, right? So I'll give you a few minutes here, guys. I got to organize this giveaway list. Once I have that all put together, we will start doing some of these draws. Not too much, Jake. We took a stab at this Apple setup. Didn't quite give us that follow through we were looking for. Maybe it'll give us another re-entry here in the afternoon, but not really in a rush to do much here now. Going to be doing some giveaways here in the next little bit. So what that means is if you're a DTR member, right, you sign up. I'm giving away a monthly, quarterly, and annual subscription to DTR. right, guys. Any last number requests here before we go do this draw? Get them in here. We got 4 custom numbers, we'll call them. It sounds a bit ridiculous to say it that way. But we got four custom numbers. Let's, if you guys want to choose your fate before it goes live, let me know. We're going to be doing this draw here in a couple seconds. Yeah. Sounds good, Mike. Yeah, it's not a bad little month for DTR. No complaints. Michael, or Mike, you're so Mike, Chiron, guys, you guys aren't DTR members yet, so this isn't the draw for you guys. We did achieve the max concurrent viewers, right, we've ever had. So I'm going to do a giveaway for that as well, but that's going to be a little bit later on. And so I'll make an announcement on how to do that. But I'll be like, retweet my tweet, and then we'll do that draw still today. But this one's for members only first, and then we'll do a, just because we had so many people join in, we will do a draw for that too. So just full disclosure here, guys, before we do this draw, right? This is subscription, giving you guys subscription to DTR, right? My business, right? Each kind of prize is a cash value of about $250 per month. However you want to quantify that is really up to you. Just as a heads up about this morning, right? I am red on the day, small red, about $970 down on the day. So not the greatest, right? Not the worst. Still very much within sort of one trade. So now we got that out of the way. Let us do some of these draws, right? We've got 5 custom numbers, and let's see how these can come together here. It's gonna be a double. One last second. All right, are you guys happy with the transparency of this system? Not going to be able to, I mean, it's hard to see here, guys, sorry. But going to be drawing random numbers through this random number generator. Not going to show you guys the master list, as I just don't feel comfortable making people's emails and full personal names available for everyone to see. So we're going to do 3 draws, and then the 4th one will be the winner, right? So we're just going to do like 3 randoms, right? And now the next one here between 1 and 20 is going to be our trigger here, right? So number 6 is first go. And Paco, congratulations. You are a winner of the 1 month sub. Okay, we're gonna do same thing again, guys, right? 3, and then on the 4th, right, we're gonna be the number that triggers. So Paco, first to win the 1 month sub. Okay, next one is the one here, right? So this one is going to be for the quarterly DTR subscription. 18. I got to go to my list here. Okay, congratulations, Cal. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, Cal. Congratulations, though. You won a 3-month sub. I'll send you the emails there. Send you the email with that details in a second. Okay, guys, this is the big one. 1 year sub, right? Big one. 1 year sub. So we're going to do 3 here. Okay, so next one's going to be the go time. Right, everyone take a deep breath. Number 14, Rusty, congratulations. You are the winner of the annual sub. Congratulations, Rusty. So congratulations, everyone. That was a lot of fun. We'll keep doing more of these stuff soon. So really, really well done, guys. Congratulations. Jeremy, sorry, no lucky number 13 this time. Yeah, man, I'm glad I went to someone. Paco, I'm going to send you a message here in a second about your prize. Cal, same thing to you. And Rusty, I am going to send you a message as well. Don't thank me, Rusty. Thank yourself for picking that number. We'll do another giveaway soon. My goal is to try to do something once a month, Jeremy. We'll do something once a month. Henderson, you had number 11. right, guys. Everyone has been messaged on how to redeem their prize. So best of luck next time. Hopefully we get another draw here at some point relatively soon. Like I said, I want to try to do something once a week. Give back, right? It's important to do that. For now, right, kind of just chopping about within sort of one trade on the day. Not really up, not really down. Call this flat, essentially. Still having a pretty nice week, right? No real complaints there. So down about, yeah, like I said, $970 for the day. Could be worse, could be better. We'll see if something sets up nicely for us here this afternoon. Are going to do a second giveaway here in this afternoon session. If as a little celebration for achieving kind of max viewers all time today. So that's probably it for now, guys, for that morning session. I'm going to step away now for lunch. Congratulations to all the winners. Please check your Discord DMs. I sent you messages there. And better luck next time to everyone else. It's a lot of fun, guys. We will do Jeremy, good note. So see you guys all back around 1:30 or so this afternoon. Sounds good, Jeremy. Have a great day, man. We'll see you tomorrow. you're gonna play small caps, right? Play something like this IWM. Like it just you're in a better situation if you do, right? If it breaks out, you know you're gonna get good volume. You're not gonna get like it's not gonna get halted. You're not gonna get stuck. So if you want to play small caps, if you think something like that BBIG is gonna break out or wants to, playing it with that IWM would be that safer play. Hello, Sim. Well done. Just don't get stuck in it, right? Like when these things halt, usually by that third one, it's like momentum just disappears. So I would just be careful around that. But seems like you're absolutely crushing it. So absolutely well done, man. Congratulations. That's incredible. Yeah, hopefully, right? So just make sure you don't give anything away, right? Give yourself sorry, give yourself a number, right, that you want to walk away with, and kind of ride a hard stop there, right? Uh, Very little value, like being too greedy. So give yourself a number you're happy with, like a walk away. Don't let it get below that. Manage it as best as you can above. Crazy. News comes out to support the path of least resistance, right? Wedge breakout, 3 green soldiers, positive news, and it goes. Yo, Peter, how can I help? Yeah, I'm just finishing up my food. I'm kind of like browsing here back and forth, but not like really looking at any setups here yet. We'll be patient, but yeah, just finishing up my lunch here. Yeah, I mean, I've looked into trading crypto before. Certainly traded it before. Excuse me. But I hate touching unregulated markets, right? So if you ever want to talk about crypto setups, right, intraday, happy to go through them, right? Those same principles, apply like right, what we do here. I just personally think I can trade other things, right? Still get that action. If crypto ever becomes regulated in a way that's better than it is now, where we can avoid these like Elon Musk pump and dumps, then I'll be happy to start day trading it on a consistent basis. But for myself personally, it just doesn't satisfy my risk requirements. But the stuff we talk about and stuff we look at absolutely applies to what you see in the crypto market, and right, like candlesticks and what we do, right? They're just we're trying to find patterns in human behavior, right? Those patterns kind of pan out in crypto markets as well, right? Nothing has changed in the buying and selling of securities, right? Just the names of those securities. So you can apply those same things, right, to any sort of asset class or asset. Yeah, I mean, like fibs are one of those things in general. Sorry if like the timing on these answers is not very good, right? But fibs in general, right? You kind of do get these, like they dynamically adjust, right? So if we pick our spot, right? This is always going to be right. They're always going to look good, right? Kind of in hindsight, if that makes sense. Um, so we need to always just be kind of careful and make sure we're not using them to find like a confirmation bias too much, right? Because when we have those highs and lows, it can be a pretty useful tool, but to assume that you're going to kind of get those kind of continuation moves or sort of that kind of consistency, it always looks better looking back than maybe it is more useful to use going forward. When you're in a situation in say like a chop zone like this, right, then it can maybe start to become a bit more interesting because you have more established levels, right? You have a couple tests. So once you have that, then I think they become a more powerful tool. But when you're using it, on that first breakout or that first touch, I still think maybe you don't have enough information for them to really be useful for anything but creating FOMO. Right? Remember stuff like fib levels or support and resistance or like Bollinger Bands, like all this stuff is they're a version of the same thing, right? They're all your setup trigger, right? They should never be the only reason you enter a trade, right? They should never be, yeah, this should never be the only reason you enter a trade. Like, I think moving averages can be a useful tool, right? They can all, like, I have it here as for context on the SPY, right? So these are all various ways of being able to trigger setups, right? But they should never be the sole reason you take a play, right? So what can change is how you look for setups, right? Or how you define a setup, or like how you find that potential trade, right? You can be super flexible in how you want to define that criteria, and that can be moving averages, that can be Fibonacci, that can be Bollinger Bands, that can be support and resistance. It could be something you see in the level too, right? Like there's a million different ways to skin a cat, and so there isn't one specific right way or a wrong way. But after your setup trigger, right, that confirmation and that execution, that can be a consistent process, right, across whatever your setup is. So you want to use the candlestick analysis to judge the run up, right? Like you can use that regardless of what your setup trigger is, right? If you want to look at the level 2 and judge the strength of the volume, right? That's consistent whatever the setup is. If you want to adjust your position size dynamically based on where your stop loss is, right? How big of a stop loss you need to have, right? That is a consistent process no matter what the setup is, right? So if you make those consistent, you bulletproof those, you get so good at those, you can start using many different ways at looking at entry points, right? Because you just find a setup, wait for your confirmation, right? You know what your rules of execution are, and then you're good to go, right? You're taking managed leverage shots that have an edge, right? So it doesn't particularly matter if you use moving averages or whatever. They can all be helpful tools, but they all should support, right? You want to kind of limit your tools, get really good at using, certain amounts, right? So that you can understand when they're working in harmony together, right? When they're telling you that same story. So sometimes with these lagging indicators, right? Sometimes the stuff like this RSI or MACD, even if you get those like leading indicators like those stochastics, we use it, or it's too easy to use that information as like an opportunity to justify an entry. This is the entry. We need to rewire our thinking where, okay, if we cross this moving average, if we get this moving average to give us the cross, or we get a MACD reading that's this, or we get stochastic saying it's oversold, right? Those are only our setup triggers, and then we still need to make sure that our confirmation and execution is spot on, right? Because that's where our advantage is, right? So however you want to create your setup, you can use that on whatever asset class you want, right? You can use that on Bitcoin, you can use that on whatever, right? Any other, you trade on commodities, you trade that with gold, right? It's the same concepts will apply. It's going to be little differences in between, but these are little universal concepts, right? It's just a question of tweaking them here and there, right, where it's appropriate. As in like ascending wedge breakouts or whatever, that's a pretty common one, right? Like this Tesla, right? Playing this ascending wedge breakout. So I mean, I kind of maybe need a bit more clarity with your question, be able to answer it better. So for myself personally, when I see a like a wedge pattern, let's talk about this Netflix one. This is a maybe cleaner example, right? So I kind of look at this in a couple ways. So say this is the wedge, right? This is a non-horizontal resistance line. So generally, what I'd like to see is when that horizontal, like non-horizontal resistance line gets broken, right? That's my setup trigger, right? Generally, my confirmation is when the next point of contact on that upper resistance line gets taken out, right? Which becomes a horizontal level. So I'm waiting for, say, on this breakout here, August 18th, right? Looks really good, looks really good, looks really good. Doesn't give me that trigger over that 527.20. So no entry for me, right? Next day, August 19th, right? In theory, this is the this would be the entry candle, right? On a break of that next level. So that tends to help me from getting faked out a little bit. But again, just like personal preference, right? If you wanted to start your, like if you wanted to average into a winner, this would be the way to do it, right? Like you get your kind of like 1/5 position size on a break of this trend line, right? And then you look to enter in like full size, or another third, like every 20% up or something like that, right? Until you're full size, above that 530. So personally, I'd rather just wait till I get that break of the horizontal level, because I just find it easier from an execution standpoint. But it's really like if you wanted to, you could. But I think this works better as a area of confirmation, right? And then still stack up those clues on the run up, right? Like if this August 18th candle still broke above that 527, right? I would have taken a stab in theory, right? All things being equal, right? Would have taken a stab, but it just didn't get there. So no trade. If I get that horizontal breakout, I feel like I'm more likely to get that follow through. Maybe it feels like it's just a bit, it's got a bit more leg behind it. my other like concern sometimes with those like trend lines, right? I call these trend line patterns. They're really clean to trade if you get these breakdowns and you just play these levels, right? I think they're really clean. Yeah, of course. Anytime, Jag. Which trade? So I just think, something like this, Netflix, right? On this breakout, your target is this 536, right? So it's just really clean to be able to trade it that way. Yeah, just for myself visually, right? It suits my eye, it suits my personality. Yeah, so it's kind of whatever works for you, right? To a certain degree. Oh, perfect, right? You don't have to necessarily take a trade to learn from it. Let's take a look. Okay, so let's get this set up the way you have it. So you have DMA. Day DMA. Yeah, well, that'll be next, Sim. Give me a sec. Okay, well, I mean, we can look at it this way, right? So I think your logic is totally reasonable. I think you have a good setup here. Couple things, right? We had, first of all, now you're looking like you have a three red soldiers pattern, right? So really strong bearish volume. Seeing a lot of pressure to the downside. So this looks pretty good, right? This is a really nice setup for even continuation tomorrow. So if you're playing this breakdown here, right, of say this green line, right, simple moving average, DMA, EMA, right, it's gonna be the same concept regardless. So let's keep this green line because it's easy and visible, right? Couple things you'll love to see, right? Close under the line, right? Low, well below the line, right? So you already have a indication there, right? That this area of support, this green line, which we're expecting either a bounce of, right, or a breakdown under, uh, we're not seeing that necessarily acting as support, right? Or it doesn't look like it's going to hold, or if it is holding, right, it's under a ton of pressure. So two out of those three scenarios, right, kind of give you more of a down slant than up slant, right? So it kind of makes you think that the path of least resistance is to the downside. So your bias should be puts, right? So logic there totally makes a ton of sense, right? So now let's just put a line here and just look at today's kind of intraday action. Right? So looks like it's kind of been right, broke right at the open, kind of broke up and over, tried to regain support, couldn't go, right? So failed breakout at support, right? Couldn't find any buyers, sells off, right? And now you're kind of getting that follow through all morning. So the idea makes a ton of sense, right? You got a retest of the moving average, saw that it couldn't hold, right? Established where the low of the day was, where your target entry was, got the fake out, and you had a really logical entry point. So I think that setup makes a lot of sense, and this is exactly the same way you could have played it if, say, you're anticipating this to be your area of support, right? You could play this the exact same way, and your entry point would have been the exact same place, right? So, like I said, there's a million different ways of skinning a cat. There's so many different ways of triggering setups, but your confirmation and your execution, right? Those two steps will always remain consistent. So, really good example, Jag. Thanks for sharing that with us. So, Twitter. Let's take a look at this. On the daily, um, doesn't look that attractive to me here at the moment. If this candle can fill out, then yeah, it starts to look really awesome. Nice bullish engulfing candle, right? Bullish engulfing on volume, full body. But at the moment, I don't like this kind of weakness that's been kind of developing here. It's kind of consolidation, right? Nice little setup. If it can kind of get back and over this like 66.75. But for now, I don't think this is that clean, right? If you want to start drawing lines, right, we can start drawing them here. And we have a bit of a wedge maybe forming, but if we get that breakout up and over, we're still going to want to get over that high a day for any sort of breakout move. So it looks okay. It has some potential. I don't think it's ready for a play yet. If this thing can go green to red, then you might have some follow through and some potential to the downside, kind of towards that $61 area. But for now, I wouldn't be in a rush to play this Twitter. So what you can do, Jag, is like if you really like that setup, you really like that Wells Fargo, what you do is you take a screenshot of this chart, right? You write down your notes, write down what you liked about it, write down how you would have traded it, and then kind of keep this visualization for yourself, right? And start looking for setups that look similar. Start looking for things that look similar, and see if you can find another play that kind of gives you that similar action. Because this will be repeating somewhere else, right? And if you start getting comfortable trading this, you're going to start being able to add more tools to your arsenal, and you're going to become a very complete trader. So we're just hanging out for now, guys, right? Seeing if we get something to set up. Gonna look through, see if we can find something that looks decent, right? Maybe something like this QQQ. This has been quite a lot of indecision consolidation here. Something like that could be interesting, right? Maybe even something like this SPY could finally give us that breakout up and over. This thing's actually getting really close. So this could be interesting as well. Volume profile looks okay. Would like to see maybe a bit more volume. And so we'll see if this thing can break out and hold. Don't want to be chasing this yet. Like the closer to power hour, the better. I think this is still a little bit early. Let's watch the reaction here on the SPY, right? I don't want to chase this up yet. I think it's a little bit too early. Not quite ready. So I'm going to be patient here, right? I'm going to be patient. Um, but maybe this could be a setup for us here in a little bit. Not quite yet. Not quite ready yet. Yeah, good question. So you mean this one? Like what we've kind of had though, right? Is we still had that kind of breakout up and over, but when you get that volume and you don't really get it to be engulfing, right? Nothing like claims it back. You know, maybe just gives you a little bit of a warning sign. This one, right? Right, gives you a bit of a warning sign that you just won't get that follow through potentially. Um, you know, I thought like we had a lot of kind of full bodies. Yeah, this one. So you'll see what the session bars here in a sec, right? Oh, this one you mean? Yeah, I see what you mean. Um, it's not really been a fade though, right? Like, I get what you're saying, right? Because you're seeing you're basically trying to see like if it's that sustained, um, if it's that sustained pressure. I think maybe what this tells us more than anything is that you're not going to get that follow through on a break of that high, right? So okay, we got a bit more today, but it only gave us like $4, right, on a break of that high. So maybe that's what it's saying, right? Where as long as those sellers kind of are in control at the kind of open, they're not going to let it kind of get out of their grasp kind of all day, if that makes sense. So that might be the way of looking at it. Right, and this volume doesn't get bigger, right, than this volume, so they never really get invalidated. Maybe that makes some sense. So just a theory for now, right? But be something that we could continue looking at. But I think in general, right, your thought process is kind of going down that same path. So still kind of no follow through on the spy play, right? Like it's just not moving yet. So we're gonna just be watching this, right? I just don't think it's ready at the moment. We need volume. The volume here is still kind of shockingly low, so it's just can't kind of assume that that volume is going to come back and start supporting us all of a sudden, right? We need that evidence first, and so far not there. So we'll wait, see if it comes in, but not going to force it. IWM could be interesting here, right? This is a nice breakout, right? Three green soldiers breakout, inside bar consolidation. Now looking for that continuation move over that 228, right? 30 area. I think this looks like a pretty interesting looking setup, right? Kind of think our next resistance is that 229.50, then that 230.30. I think this looks like a pretty interesting move. I'm going to be keeping my eye on this. So now, right, this is when we start looking at the smaller time frame, right? Seeing what this volume profile looks like, right? Seeing, where we need to apply our stop loss, right? This is what we're starting to look at here. So I'm going to put together this alert and see what this thing does. Right, so let's see if this thing can kind of get back up there. So far, seeing a little bit of a rejection, but nothing too crazy at the moment. Might be something here still, so we're gonna keep an eye. Right, see if it can hold this 228. We're just watching for now. If it does go, guys, I like those 228 calls for September 3rd. Those are the options that are catching my eye here at the moment. You can play the 227s just fine, 226s, 225s. They all look reasonable. Okay, so not quite yet ready on this IWM. Keep an eye on this though, right? Could come back, still be in play here, right, on this inside bar. Hasn't given us a breakout over our area, right? So still kind of remains in play. It'd be best if this candle can fill out though, right? Doesn't need to break out, but if it could still kind of show us a relative sign of strength, that would be a nice big plus. Looks like some of these meme names got a bit stuck today. I wouldn't say that's an unexpected outcome. AMC, right? We talked about pre-market, all these wicks, right? All these rejections, kind of assuming you're going to get that until that $50 area breaks. So that thesis seems to have panned out. Right? If this thing goes bearish engulfing, we have a chance to play this down towards that $40 area tomorrow. Definitely is something to keep an eye on. But for now, right, I think best looking setup here at the moment is this IWM, and that's not saying a ton considering it's starting to maybe break down a little bit. So still got 12 minutes on this candle, a lot of time, right? Nothing to rush or panic over. So we'll keep an eye on this, but we'll be quiet until then. That's an interesting question. I think if I wanted to manage my risk, right, I like meme stocks. I'd rather just play it like lotto size. Um, I'd rather if it runs right, have that big chance. If it doesn't, like play it at a size where I'm almost happy to let it expire worthless. I think that's the better way of maybe surviving that volatility and playing like 1 week extra out. I personally don't like putting up a lot of capital into these meme stocks. So the less exposure I can have, the better, really. good chance this IWM volume is going to go engulfing. That would be a great sign if it can happen. And then maybe we get another chance for that breakout. But this is looking pretty good. I like the way this is setting up so far. So let's continue to be patient here and see if we can get that entry, pretty close. Looking pretty good. So, guys, remember, there's a tweet here, right? Guys who are non-DTR members giving away one 1 month sub here, right? No sign up required. All you gotta do is retweet and tag someone in this, right? If you don't have Twitter, sorry, bad luck. But I'll be giving that out to end the day today for anyone who wants to do it. Right now we have one valid entry, so odds are great of winning something. Perfect. Hey, 50-50, right? Can't complain about that. All right, so that's actually a pretty good close from IWM here, guys, right? I'm going to be watching this now for a breakout up and over that 228.30. So I was going to just tick this up just a little bit extra, right? Just not to jump the gun. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'll put the message out. If you win, Jag, I'll send you a message too. Don't worry. I want you guys to be able to collect, right? All right, let it find its buyers here, guys, right? And then maybe it'll give us that chance. QQQ, I mean, this looks disgusting. Uh, so still watching this, right? For now, what's our stop loss got to be, right? About, call it 35 cents, right? Delta is on those 228s, about 50 cents. So you're gonna have to have a decent stop here, guys, right? Don't uh, don't trick yourself into going bigger sizing, right, without calculating, how big of a position size you want to be comfortable with, right? So, all right, we're looking about 35-cent stop, right? 50-cent delta. Should be able to figure out your position sizing from there. Okay, stop loss will be just under that 228, right? So we're anticipating those contracts are going to move about, 20 cents or so, right? If they sell off. So we're anticipating that to be a stop loss of 10 to 15%, right? Probably closer to 15. So, right, size your position accordingly, right? You don't have to take, not every trade has to be full size, right? Not every trade has to be full position. The bigger your stop loss, right, the smaller your position should be, right? That also means that we're targeting, right, double what this risk is, right? So we're risking 35 cents, right? And we know that our sort of next kind of breakout area over that 228 is that 229.50, right? So we're pretty confident that we're getting more than 70 cents of upside to this next area of resistance that we've identified, right? So we'll just get rid of this just to make it clear, right? So now we know we've got about, say, $1.20 or so, right, to that next area of resistance. So we're getting about 3 to 1, right? So it's a really good textbook looking, setup where talk about all the time, right? It's just a numbers game, right? So that's what we're playing here, right? But you need to manage your position, right, to kind of achieve that consistency so that you can play that numbers game, right? If you start having huge variance because of your position sizing, you don't stand a chance, right? If your biggest wins are because those are the ones you have your biggest exposure, or because that's your biggest loss because that's your biggest exposure, you gotta consider that your problem isn't setups, your problem is risk management. sorry. I'm just, I had my mic muted, just looking through setups. I didn't know if you wanted to hear me grunting away. But we're just looking here for this breakout of IWM. Waiting to see if this can kind of get us over that 228.30. Still waiting a little bit, maybe not quite ready yet. The closer this thing can go to power hour, the better. So let's see if this thing can set up for us. Apple to the downside, maybe starting to get a little bit interesting, but it's hard for me to want to chase it for now. Right, target would be low of day, but we're just fighting against a ton of big volume, and so I'm going to stay away for the moment. If this IWM can go, that would be great. But we'll have to manage, right? See how this thing sets up. Not seeing anything in the SPY, right? Or sorry, the futures in general. Right, so not nothing here looks that convincing to me, right? It's just not ready yet. You know, on the daily, you know, looking like we're getting a little bit closer, but we need to get up and over this high, right? We're sort of stuck here. Another inside day, consolidation day, right? Yesterday was on the SPY, right? Maybe today it's in the futures. So it's just going to need a little bit of extra time. SPY can go. That would be a nice little catalyst, but it's just not quite ready yet. So if this Peloton can maybe go engulfing on volume, this is a potential swing play that is starting to look really interesting to me. Bounce off of this 100 hold, right? If we can get a full body or kind of a fuller body, kind of close, kind of action into this close, right? This could be a potentially nice swing to kind of get back towards that 110 area. BB reversal play, right? Bounce off of this sort of shelf, right? So let's see if we can maybe get that fill. If we don't get that full body, right, then we can maybe look for reversals over, say, this 101.85 tomorrow, right? Kind of playing this a couple bucks at a time. I guess the point of wanting to start that position today, right, is if you get that full body close at the bottom, you're maybe starting to anticipate a bit of a gap up the next day. So probably dying here on this IWM, at least for now. So we're gonna look away. Maybe this SPY can maybe give us that breakout up and over later, but I don't want to say a big volume rejection. I think that's a little bit of an aggressive statement, but certainly a higher volume one for relative time of day. For now, gonna have to sit on hands, right? I think that's probably the move, right? We're not really getting paid for breakouts in the afternoon or breakdowns. So unless we see something that looks textbooks, I don't really want to chase it down. So we're gonna be patient, right? We're gonna see if something can come together for us, but I don't want to force any moves here. As I finished saying that, this mRNA looks pretty interesting, right? We wanted that breakout over that 390. Okay, it's certainly holding above there now on that 30-minute time frame on what appears to be really, really strong volume, right? Strongest volume of the bar of the day, or kind of like same as that selling bar, right? Now you're getting an inside bar setup here. So if you can get that breakout over, say, this 395, I think we've got room down towards that room up towards that $400 area. So something like this mRNA could be a really interesting setup for us if it comes together above that 395. So here's one that could be a pretty interesting play. So definitely starting to get a few potential setups here now, right? Definitely starting to see some stuff that might be getting a little bit interesting. Seeing quite a decent amount of things that look like they might be wanting to give us some reversals. We'll see what kind of continues to come together here, but maybe we'll have like a bearish reversal if we can kind of get under kind of like this area by the looks of it, this 452.50. If we can lose that shelf, then it looks like we might have some room down. I think there might be a better bearish place to give a better risk reward, or something like this mRNA. I still think this looks fantastic. So We have a little bit of potential here. Let's just see what kind of comes together, right? I do like how things are starting to pick up or look a little bit more lively going into power hour. That's always exciting. So let's see if something like this mRNA can set up, right? We can kind of keep something like this IWM, right, in the back of our minds. But mRNA probably going to be priority number one here, looking for that breakout up and over this 95.10 area. Right, we'll watch this run up too, right? So we're not just going to blindly chase this, but we'll have to see what this run up looks like. a half decent close actually for this mRNA. This could be something to keep an eye on here. I am interested in this if they can kind of come together for us. So I am starting to look at the order book, starting to look at the option chain here, and seeing what looks like it could be good for us. For now, QQQ is kind of stuck still, right? SPY still maybe looks a little bit stuck. So let's see if mRNA can give us a little bit of action. I love this late day surge though, right? Like that's a nice little sign there for us. So let's see if we can get this follow through up and over this 395, right, towards that $400 area. Tesla might be an interesting short here. Right, market's starting to maybe bend over a little bit and giving us a bit of a breakdown. This Tesla could be an interesting one. Just want to see this reaction here. You guys, I'm looking at the 730 puts here. See how this thing closes. Still got a little bit of time on this candle. Right, we're not chasing into this quite yet, right? Not at that stage. Okay, it's gone shaping up really nicely so far, right? Shaping up really nicely. Still got room down, right? So we don't need to rush into this. We got room down. We'll be targeting this like 726 and then that 715 area. So just be patient here. Gonna enter on a break of this low here now, right? So that's gonna be approximately my entry target, stop loss, low of entry candle. I'm looking at the 730 puts here. 730 puts, and I'm in. See if we get this follow through now to the downside. But I think this might look pretty good. Pretty tight risk reward here, so I'm going to let this thing breathe just a little bit. Nothing crazy though. There it goes. See if we can get that follow through now, right? See if we can get that follow through. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Right? Back to a green day now. Back to a green day. So objective is to make sure, right, that's how the day closes, right? See if we can get that follow through, right? Still looking for a little bit more here. Want to see that breakdown under 730 now, right? That's going to be that next hurdle we're looking to break. If we can get under that 730, then I'm imagining we can get to entry protection mode and see if we can get this thing to really run on us. But nothing to force here yet, guys. Nothing to force here yet. Still in for now, still in for now, right? Just watching this reaction here. Quite the fake out there. Huge volume came back in. I'm out of this, guys. In at 590, out at 565. Yeah, I hope I just answered your question. Doji was kind of like a bit of an FU candle, I think. it has a chance to still break down here for those who are still in. Uh, yeah, I'm going to stay away for this, though. These are starting to look a bit toppy here, right? Maybe we're finding a little like running out of momentum at all-time highs, right? Never a good sign. These are maybe a little bit toppy. This Apple rejection today, it does not feel good, right? I think this kind of rejection or this kind of sign of weakness doesn't give you a ton of confidence. So maybe this thing will break down going forward. Has a chance. I'd like to see a big volume directional day, but certainly something could be in play here. I think maybe I wouldn't be too surprised to see a September sell. We'll see. We'll see. Market's been a little bit drunk for a while, so it's going to behave in wild ways kind of going forward. So there's a pretty high risk re-entry here attempt on this Tesla. If you guys are interested in taking a second stab at this, this would be a starting position kind of entry. Stop loss will be here, right? And you're looking to kind of get that re-entry. I'm not going to take a stab at this with anything more than like a contract, just because maybe out of curiosity more than anything. But just want to give you guys a heads up that I am taking another kind of second attempt here. Still think sellers are there. Might have just gotten shaken out a little bit early. So I'm taking a small, very, very small starter position here. All right, so I'm gonna try again here now. I am in at 540 on those 730 puts. Really, really baby size. Still think the weakness is there. So just want to explain this Tesla reentry a little bit here, right? I'm seeing something that to me still tells me that it's bears here, right? That bears are in control. And sometimes it's really easy to take a stab at something and say something without putting kind of your money on the line. You don't really know how things are going to move or how things are going to feel, right? Until you've got something at risk. So that's kind of what this is, right? I've got something here. I've got a thesis. I'm trying to test out, figure out, play out a little bit. And I won't know how it feels, right? Unless I've got something to risk, right? Something to lose. So I'm trying to trade this as disciplined as possible, right? And still kind of allow an opportunity to let this breathe and see if my thesis will develop. So this is a really small position, right? One contract. If it does kind of give us that further breakdown, right, under this 730, we'll enter in at full size. But just wanted to get a little feeler out there and kind of get a, kind of help train that gut a little bit.
I am. We took a stab on this break of the 732, got shaken out. I saw something I liked, and I'm in one contract just to see if I get that floor. If we get that breakdown under 730, I'll look to enter in full size. not sure if it's a bias or reaction to sort of today's price action, whatever, but I have a feeling of bearishness. Like market's weak, it wants to sell, it wants to dump. So I'm need to like kind of fight that emotion a little bit. I think here, my bias is to be short at the moment. I'm not sure if that's like my emotion telling me that, right, or if that's what the chart is. So I need to spend a little bit of time kind of figuring that out here, guys. So might be a minute or two here before I get back on the mic. So I think I might be a little bit justified here at the moment. Still not sure if it's like super convincing yet. um, just there's something about this Apple. It's just making me I don't want to say nervous, but this is a leader for the market, right? This is a pretty nasty little rejection today. So I kind of anticipate there's going to be some sort of consequence of that, especially if something like this QQQ can go green to red on, you know, a pretty big volume failed breakout. I would say that would be fairly bearish as well. So I think my red feeling might be a little bit justified. Um, if something like this Tesla sets up again here, maybe it's starting to look a bit like a bear flag. Right, here's your flagpole. Right, could be something like that. Probably going to wait for that, go full size, right, on that break of that 730. We seem to get stuck above there, so I'd rather not get stuck again. So let's see. Let's see if maybe this thing can go. I just saw a huge, the reason I want to take a second stab at this is we just saw a huge wall of sellers, right? I just kept seeing big walls and big walls of sellers. So, maybe one of those days that means we'll get some follow through here. But we'll see. It seems like every time it looks like it might want to start going, we find a magical buyer or something. In the meantime, let's see if this QQQ can give us that red to green breakdown. If it does, gives us a big volume push, right, then maybe that could be an interesting play for us into sort of this power hour. But I think we have a little bit of potential here for some action. Looks like it could be an interesting one. Certainly within reason, guys, we can get ourselves kind of to a green day. So don't make it yourselves, make it harder for yourself, right? Don't take any unnecessary risks, and we're gonna be patient waiting for that right setup. Okay, so let's watch Q here, right? This Q breakdown, things can start moving pretty fast here. So this is what I'm keeping my eye on. Let's see if we get a breakdown under, right? Tesla has a chance. Certainly has a chance. I'd like to see just a little bit more weakness still, right? To give us that, some conviction here, right? That's what we're looking for. So let's see if something can come together for us. Let's see if something can come together. keep an eye on this SPY. If this closes a green hammer and engulfing on volume, this could be interesting, right? Bounce off bottom, right? Holding a nice little trend line there, right? So there's a good chance if this can go green, stay green, and go engulfing on volume, could get a nice rip up here into close. We'll see if something comes together, right? Not forcing anything here. right? This Apple looks weak too. Just not sure if it's going to have the time to kind of get down towards that 150, 130 area, right? Three red soldiers pattern, right? Setting up just above low of day plus inside bar. So we're getting a lot of little signs of consolidation here, right? Post a bearish breakdown. Maybe this thing has a chance to really sell off. You know, it's had a pretty nasty looking day too, right? This is a big rejection. So I think there's a lot of bears behind this move. Now, we have to kind of figure out if those bears are strong enough to kind of push this down in the last 30 minutes, right? If they have, still have that strength for one more move, right? That's kind of what we need to figure out here. In general, though, I love the increasing volume. Sorry, I love the increasing volume here on this three red soldiers, right? Every volume bar higher than the next, increasing, you know, full body, right? Normal body. So certainly some potential there. Let's see if something can set up, right? Market's maybe still showing us a little bit of weakness, but nothing crazy. Tesla still in that one contract. Maybe that'll give us something, but we got a little bit of work to do here. I think this Apple, if we can give that breakdown under low of day, looks pretty tempting, right? We'll see. We'll see if the markets want to cooperate here for us. Yeah, it's gonna be too expensive though, Henderson. I think for most people, I'd rather play this Apple if it goes. I think this looks cleaner. We know those option spreads are gonna be super tight. We're gonna be able to get good volume. So I think this looks like it's gonna be that potentially better setup if it chooses to break down here for us. Be nice. Let's see, call. Kind of in no man's land with these options. All right. So Apple, I'm gonna play the man 152 fives, 152 5 puts if this thing can break down. Guys, these are cheap and high delta contracts, right? So you're going to experience a lot of volatility with something like this. Be prepared to manage your size appropriately, right? So let's see if Apple wants to give us this low of day break, right? That's what we're looking for here. Let's see if it happens. Right, so let's watch this build up here, right? See how this thing crescendos down, right? If we get that nice volume, we can get this thing to really start breaking. And we lost that 153, right? So that's a good spot for us. Okay, so still watching here, guys, right? Still watching here. Seeing we get this thing to break down on us. Another 20 cents or so to go. Not far now, so we gotta make sure we're watching this breakdown, right? If it wants to give us another 3 red soldiers here, I'm not gonna complain about that. Maybe we can get that tight stop, right? Tight risk reward there, and can justify going bigger position sizing. But don't go big position size just for the sake of it, right? Make sure you can justify your position sizing based on where your stop loss is. Let's not make any compromises here. Too late in the day to do that. We've been relatively disciplined all day long, right? And we're keeping things close. So now we have a chance to kind of cash in that check, right? But we're not going to be able to do that if we take an undisciplined shot. So don't wipe away all that patience and hard work, right? Wait till we get that nice little piece of confirmation, that breakdown under this 152.55, and we have all the information we need. right, let's watch here, right? Let's watch this apple. Let's watch this apple. Entry target, green line, right? Entry target, green line. Stop loss, red line. Not yet, not yet. Man, we're getting close. What a tease. Okay, I'm in, guys. I am in. See if this thing can give us that follow through now, right? Great volume on this so far. Great volume. Let's see if we can get that action now. So, sorry, a bit of a sneaky alert there. There goes QQQ on that low of daybreak, right? Let's see if this apple's next, right? Let's see if this apple is next. Come on, apple. Feels real close, guys. Feels real close, right? Let's see if we can break through this wall here. Jeez. Remember, guys, we have a clock on this position, right? We have a clock on this position. Only 15 minutes left in the day. So if we get close to end the day, right, make sure that you have a plan on how to manage this, so you're not scrambling and getting a fill 20% away from what you're asking for, right, going into close. So make sure you have a plan on how to get out of this play, right, and have a clock kind of set for yourself, right? Don't be scrambling at the last minute to close this position. Right, be ready to take some profit if we get a nice pop. No, no, not yet. I was going to start talking about that in a second, but still just actively in this position. So I didn't want to distract people, but happy to do that draw if people are in. Willing to do the same system here as last time where people can pick a number. Otherwise, I will randomly pick one for them. So if you guys are in the stream and you're waiting for the giveaway, if you're one of the 4 people, happy to go through that now and do it. But just in this Apple play, right? So just want to focus on this at the moment. We have a few minutes left in market open, so no rush, but want to make sure that I'm focused on this for now. Hey, is this the pop we were looking for on Apple? Come on, give us that pop here. Okay, let's see if they can go here, right? Let's see if they can break. Been such a tease here, right? Like it's been such a tease, been holding this level. So I'd like to see if they can break down just a little bit above entry, not quite entry protection time. You know, only 9 minutes to go here before market close, right? So not going to hold on to this forever in anticipation of it breaking down here, guys, right? Starting to after having to think about an exit strategy, exit plan on this, and thinking about giving away or doing giveaway time. So let's see if this thing can go. If we can get another pop, I'm going to try to see if I can time and sell it on that. Otherwise, I'm giving myself a clock. By 57, I am out. Okay, come on, Apple. Give us that one little extra oomph here. I'm getting close, right? Might try to get out here in a sec, guys. Might try to get out here in a sec. Okay, guys, I am out at 97 cents. So, quick little scalp there, right? Quick little scalp. Nothing crazy, but not giving us that follow through, right? Said I was going to try to close some on that next pop. That's exactly what we did. Small green day now. Nothing crazy, unfortunately. But small green day. $380 green. So I reckon that's good enough excuse, I think, as any to do a giveaway and give away some more money. So I think we got 4 valid entries here. Just going to do a quick double check here, guys, and then we'll do this entries. So go 1, 2. Okay, we got 4. Anyone have preference on numbers? Otherwise, going to assign tweets in the order that they showed up. We're gonna do okay, so we can do this because it's only 4 people, guys, right? So either pick a number 1 to 4, or we can do numbers 1 to 100, and it'll be like closest to it. But I mean, I think 1 for 4, 1 through 4 would be easiest. Keeps it as opaque as or as transparent as possible, and that's always priority number 1 for me here, right? Is transparency. Henderson, you got to. I'm not sure if I saw you retweet and tag someone in the tweet, so I don't think I've seen you do that. So please do that before the draw. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to include you. All right, Sharon, you are number 3, locked in. Okay, cheers, Henderson. Perfect. Sorry, Dr. Jag, 3's been taken. Ethan, were you able to retweet and tag a friend in it? I don't believe I see your. I don't see a tweet from you, unless you have a handle that's different to your name. Oh, okay, I see it. All right, my bad. Okay. We got 5 entries. We're going to call that contest closed now. So you guys are happy with the random number generator again? Okay, so I'll just recap, right? Henderson, 4. Jag, 1. Sheeran, 3. Ethan, 2. And then there's another count, I think CFC, right? 5. So no number there. Okay, so like last time, right? Going to do 3 numbers. And then it's going to be the real one. So 1, 2, 3. All right, you guys ready? And it's 3. So Shiron, congratulations. I'll send you a message here in a second on how to redeem your membership. But Henderson, I don't know what's going on today, but your luck has been shocking. So unlucky, a little bit unlucky, but way it goes. So I'll send you a message on Twitter here in a sec, and I'll let you know how to redeem your prize. Sounds good, Jag. We'll see you on Sunday. Better luck next time, hopefully, for everyone. We'll keep doing stuff like this once a week, I think, right? If we keep getting bigger and bigger numbers, right? Every week where we make new all-time highs in viewers, I will do a subscription giveaway. I'll give away a 1-month sub. So that's my little promise to you guys. And that was a lot of fun today. Flat day, all in. Could have been better, could have been worse. A little bit of a little bit of stress. I actually just looking at my P&L, it's $1. So I must have gotten some sort of adjustment or something like that. But P&L for the day officially $1. So that was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks so much for joining. For those who want to check out DTR full time and who didn't win a contest today, offering a free 7-day free trial. So sign up through dtrtrading.com and hope to see you guys there. Otherwise, if you have any questions, guys, in the meantime, right, feel free to hit me up on Twitter with any setups, trades you're looking at, and or any trades you took, and I'll always do my best to help you guys out. Otherwise, I'll see all members tomorrow, and thanks for making today a interesting DTR Wednesday. See you guys.